Hi, I'm Kate. Welcome to FARMBREAD. Easter dinner is such a wonderful time to gather around the table with loved ones, and I definitely know it can be a lot to figure out what to serve alongside your meal. So in this video compilation, I wanted to share a few of my favorite simple, savory bread ideas for you. Whether you're looking for something to serve as guests arrive or for something warm and comforting to pass around the table. Let's begin with these soft, simple, and delicious rolls. For Easter, consider making them a little bit smaller for a good sharing size, and you can even skip the sesame seeds. Skip those store-bought buns. These homemade, delicious brioche buns are softer, more flavorful, and honestly, way easier to make than you might think. They're perfect for burgers, of course, sandwiches, and even just as is, maybe with a little slab of butter. Hi, I'm Kate and welcome to FARMBREAD. Baking bread at home does not have to be complicated. With my simple tutorials and easy recipes, you can create beautiful breads right at home in your own kitchen. Today we're going to make beautiful golden brioche buns with the ankarsrum mixer. Do not worry if you've never made brioche buns before. I will guide you through the entire process, from mixing to shaping to that beautiful golden bake, with tips along the way so that yours turn out just right. All right, let's make them together. All right, we are going to start with our liquid ingredients first. So I have a kitchen scale. I'm going to turn it on and zero it out to milliliters. And we are going to be adding 140 milliliters each of a warm water and milk. So I'll start with warm water. This is just from the tap. So it's 140. Okay, our next ingredient is milk. I like 2% organic, and we are going to be adding 140 milliliters of this as well. So I'm adding this into the water. I'm just going to zero out my scale. Once I get to the 100 range, I kind of slow down with my pouring, just so I don't pour in too much. I'm going to throw this into the microwave and warm it up just so that it's warm for my fingers touch, probably anywhere between 95 and 105. So I'll probably put it in for about 30 seconds. We'll do it. I'm going to remove all of our items from the bowl. And I'm going to set up our ankarsrum with our dough roller and the dough knife. Now I'm just going to add the warm milk and the water into our bowl, and we're going to add the yeast into this. So now I'm going to be adding 2 teaspoons of an active dry yeast to our milk and water mixture, warm milk and water mixture. I'm going to turn our machine on low just to get our yeast wet. And then I'm going to turn it off and I'm going to let this sit for about 10 minutes. So while our yeast mixture is kind of blooming and puffing up, I am going to make our next mixture separate in a bowl here. So we're going to be putting our egg, our sugar, and our butter together, and I'm going to stir that up. So first, I have one of our girls' fresh eggs here. I'm just going to stir that up. And then I'm going to add 2.5 tablespoons of sugar. So 1 tablespoon, 2, and about 1/2. I'm going to stir this up. And next I'm going to be adding 2.5 tablespoons of softened or room temperature butter. I kind of eyeball this as well. That's about 1. That's about 2.5. Just gonna let this sit here for now, and then I will add this to our mixture with the yeast and the milk and the water as soon as that's ready. Okay, so this has been about 10 minutes. The yeast isn't actually rising and puffing up like it sometimes does, but I can tell it's getting puffy along the sides, and I think it might have just dissolved in the base, because as I can move my arm, I can see some formations, almost like clouds. So I'm gonna go ahead and use this as it is. I'm gonna add in my mixture with the egg and the butter and the sugar. And we're gonna just turn this on low and let the ingredients incorporate. Sometimes the soft butter will stick to your dough roller. Don't worry about that. Once we add the flours, it will all come off, so you don't need to worry about that. Any gritty sound you're hearing, that's just the sugar. All right, that looks pretty well incorporated. Now I'm gonna start to add in my flour. All right, so I have 360 grams of an organic bread flour. I got this at Lindley Mills and I really like the quality of their flours. So I'm just gonna add about half at first. And you'll see it's just sitting there. So what do? We have to go in and assist our mixer and pull the wand into the center. The arm, the ruler, whatever you want to call it, just pull it into the center. And we're gonna let these ingredients incorporate.
Mom home.
All right, my son literally just came home from camping, backpacking overnight. So life happens, doesn't it? Okay, here, I'm gonna add in the rest of our flour right now. Again, we're adding in 360 grams of a bread flour right now. And as the rest of the flour merges or mixes with our wet ingredients, we're gonna look to see how much more we need to add. So this is where it's really important that you look at the texture and the consistency of your dough, and add gradual amounts of flour to get it right. So I've got about another half of a cup of bread flour waiting. Move your arm into the center to get any dry bits that are down in the center. You can see this is super wet and sticky. So we want a sticky dough, but we don't want a lot of residue to come off on our finger when we touch it. So I'm adding in probably, I don't know, maybe like a tablespoon at a time or so, just to kind of see how the dough reacts. You can see it's sticking on the sides. Once we get the right consistency and we start kneading, you'll see that the dough will come off the sides of the pan. So I'm just gonna add in a little bit more. I am gonna turn my speed up. Maybe not that high, maybe to the second. I'm also not seeing the dough rise up the roller very much, which is also an indicator that we definitely don't have enough flour. It's not coming together like a dough. So once that happens, then we start to move our wand and the arm about an inch away from the side of the bowl, and that's gonna help the dough in the kneading process. All right, we're getting somewhere. I'm gonna add a little bit more, another tablespoon or so. Altogether, my last batch, I believe I used 420 grams total of flour, around there. So now you can see it's starting to come together a little bit better. You can also use your dough knife to help assist the movement of the dough as well. So the roller and the knife work really well together. They're a good team. I'm gonna add a little bit more. There we go. Now you can see it's coming up. Another tablespoon. I think that should do it, but we'll see. Oh yeah. It's just neat how you can see the reaction of the dough when we add a little bit more flour. We certainly don't want to add too much. I think this is good. Okay, now that we're knocking, that's when we're going to move the roller out about an inch, maybe half inch to an inch, so the dough can get by, but so that it's not like really knocking the roller. Yeah, okay. Now you can see the dough is pulling away from the edges and the bottom. So I think about 420 grams is that sweet spot of bread flour that we're going to be adding. But again, if it's really humid where you are, you might need to add more. If it's super dry and arid, like you're out west, you might need to add less. So again, it's really important that after that initial 360 grams of flour, you gradually add that remaining bit. This is looking great. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to turn our speed up to medium low, and I'm going to turn the timer to about 7 minutes. And I'm just going to let this knead for 7 minutes. Looks like my camera shifted, moved on us. Hopefully we're able to see everything. You can really see how clean the bowl is getting. That is a very good indicator that your dough is just right. All right, I just stopped this because our dough has formed into a really beautiful ball, and you can see it's totally come off the bottom and the edges of the bowl. So we are in a really good spot. So I would say sweet spot's around 5 to 6 minutes of a knead. I'm going to show you. It's sticky, but we don't have a ton of residue on our finger. It does come off. So that's what we're looking for. So right now I'm going to take my tools like the roller and the knife out of our bowl. I'm going to take the bowl off of our mixer so that I can wipe it down. I'm going to clean my tools, and I'm also going to cover our bowl with our cover that comes with the mixer. You can use this to scrape the sides if you do have any little bits. I'm going to use it to, this edge is really nice to go around the base of the bowl, just to pull all the dough in together as a nice ball. And like so, I can't see the bowl right by me, but all right, there we go. Now we're going to cover the bowl with our awesome lid, and we're going to let this sit for about 1 to 3 hours depending on the room temperature. We're about 72, 73 in our house right now, so it's probably going to take anywhere from 1 to basically about an hour, I think, because it's still summer and we've got some warmth in our home. So depending on your temperature in your home, 1 to 3 hours, but for us it's going to be about an hour, I think. So I'll check back in a little bit, but we're looking for the dough to double in its size. All right, I'll see you soon. Okay, so unfortunately I was trying to film. I thought I was, and I in fact was not, but I wanted to emphasize the texture and the look of the dough, and I'm so sad that I am not able to show you this time, but you want your dough to be double in size, airy, puffy, and that's what we had. We definitely had our dough doubled in size, so it was ready to go. One thing that I stressed as I was pouring the dough out onto the counter was that because with my counters being quartz, the surface. I don't use a lot of flour. In fact, I don't even dust my counters with flour. Even though the dough is sticky, I tend to like being able to shape my dough into balls or buns without using a lot of flour. So depending on your surface, you may need more flour than I do. I've just found in the past when trying to shape my dough, it will just slide right off the surface if I have any flour at all. So I really try to only put flour on my hands when I'm working with the dough. That being said, make sure that you have clean counters as you pour your dough out onto the counter. And as soon as the dough is out of that bowl, get that bowl into the sink so that you don't get any sticky residue that dries on your bowl. It's a pain to clean off. Fill it up with water and then come back and you can start to flatten your dough out. You'll see some air bubbles. You can just push the dough down or gently push the dough down into a rectangle so that it's easy for you to divide it into equal parts. And that's kind of where our next video picks up. So you'll see I'll have divided my dough into half, and then I cut each of those parts in half, and then each of those parts in half again, so that we have a total of 8 pieces that we're going to now shape into round balls for our buns. Hope that helps to clarify the missing piece of the video. And again, I'm sorry about that. That stinks that I can't show you what it looked like because it looks so good. You'll just have to take my word for it. All right. Thanks so much for understanding. Let's get back to it. Whoops. Well, I thought I was filming. What I did, I went ahead and flattened out our dough into a nice rectangle. And that way we can start to cut this into 8 equal portions. So these are maybe this is a little bit larger, but it really doesn't matter. They don't need to be exactly the same size, just about the same size. So what we're doing is I divided my rectangle in half, and now I'm going to cut each of my rectangles in half again. I am using a little bit of flour on my hands as I do this, just to help move the dough where I want it to go so that I can get it into a nice shape that's easily dividable. So here, my ends are a little bit narrow, so I just want to tuck them in. So now I'm just going to cut this in half. I think that's about half. Okay. And now I'm going to cut this piece in half again. We are dividing our dough into 8 equal portions. And I think what I said in the last video that did not take was that you can use a scale to do this if you want, if you really want them to be equivalent. I just eyeball a lot of things if you haven't noticed. All right, so we have 4 of those. I'm just going to bring this a little bit down so it's easier for me to see. And get our dough, cut this in half. And now I'm going to cut this one in half. And I just set the dough kind of like up and ahead so that I can easily use this as my workspace. Okay. Make sure you guys can see where I'm working. Yep. And I'm going to cut this in half. All right. So how many do we have? 3, 6, 7, 8. We've got 8. Okay. So now, let me see if you can see all my 8 pieces. There we go. We have 8 pieces, all about the same size. So now what we're going to do is shape these into our buns. And I have a baking sheet. I think this is a full or 3/4. I'm not exactly sure. But I have a silicone mat on top, which is really important. If you don't have a silicone mat, definitely use parchment paper because you don't want your buns to stick to the pan directly. As I am shaping each bun, I'm going to put it on top. All right, so let's get started. All right, so let's start shaping. Move this one out of the way. I'm going to start with this one. So when we want to shape our buns, because these are nice and sticky, you can kind of pull up the ends to help, almost looks like a dumpling, to help form that roundness. You don't have to necessarily do that. And then I just kind of make a C with my hands and just let it tug at the countertop surface a little bit. and then just shape it into a nice ball. You can see the bottom is already coming together nicely. That's what you want it to look like, and we'll plop it down on our pan. We want our buns to be at least 1 to 2 inches apart from one another. Take this one, it's more of a rectangle or an oval, so we're just going to pinch our ends together, flip it over, make as much of a little round ball as we can. Again, this is where having a flour-free surface really helps the process. I remember the first times I made buns and the recipe called for adding like a dusting of flour on the surface, and I did it, and every time I tried to like shape it, it would just slide on top of the flour. So it's really, to me, really important to not dust your surface with flour if you don't need to. Okay. Okay, next one. See, this is oddly shaped, so maybe I'll tuck the ends under again. Flip her over. And these are going to rise for another 1 to 2 hours. Now, at about 20 minutes in, I typically come and I will turn my oven on and preheat it to 400 degrees Fahrenheit. So these are looking nice and circular. Take this one. This one's already kind of in a nice circular shape, so I'm just gonna keep rotating it. It's okay if they've got some like air bubbles, don't worry about that. Okay, you can see the bottom. Just think it's nice to be able to see the top and the bottom sometimes. This one's really puffy. All right. I'm gonna try to move this over so you can kind of see how they're looking over here. Make sure you can see everything. Yep. So this is the spacing that I'm kind of keeping on my pan. These buns are so nice and light, and they smush when you bite into them, which I just love. I am going to let these sit on the counter for 1 to 2 more hours. Now, the last time I did this, it was 1 hour, and that was all I needed. Again, that's due to the room temperature, the humidity. There are lots of things that go into play during your final rise. So come back in a half an hour and check on your buns and see how they're looking. I'm not covering these because when I come back and put an egg wash over top, the air creates a really nice surface for me to do that. That's how I like to do it. You can definitely cover them if you want to, especially to protect them from flies or whatnot in your home, but I'm not covering mine. And I'm going to let them rise. I'm going to come back in a half an hour. I'm going to preheat my oven to 400 degrees Fahrenheit, and we will see how they are looking at that point. Another thing I'm going to do is put a little glass pan of water on the bottom rack of the oven as the oven is preheating to just create a little bit more moisture into the oven. All right, so check these out. They have really puffed up, and it has only been about 25 minutes. I'm starting to rapid preheat my oven because I need to get these in the oven sooner rather than later. They're starting to get pretty close to each other, which is fine. You can always easily pull them apart later. But what I'm gonna do is make a little egg bath. I will show you how to do that, and brush the tops of each of these with the egg bath, and then sprinkle some sesame seeds over top. So I'm gonna do that now. Sorry, my oven is loud. For the egg bath, I do 1 egg, farm fresh egg, and a splash of water, and then I'm just going to stir this up. I'm gonna actually push my buns up so I don't spill this on top. And then you just stir this up. Probably should have used a little bit larger of a bowl, but this is working okay. All right. So now I'm just going to take a pastry brush and go over the tops of each one very gently. Gunther is walking around. You can hear his toenails. This egg wash is going to give the buns that nice, beautiful golden, dark color and sheen on top. So I think you could even start to preheat your oven as soon as you start to let these rise the second time. That way, if it does only take you a half an hour, or take them a half an hour to rise that second time, then you are ready to go. As soon as you put the egg wash on, they can go right in the oven. Isn't it interesting how your home and the time of year, the temperature of the house, all that goes into play. Okay, I'm gonna set these aside. Now, I'm going to be using sesame seeds. This is an old jar that I've had. I buy sesame seeds in bulk, actually off Amazon, and then I just keep putting them in here. It's so much more affordable, cost effective. So now I'm just gonna do a quick sprinkling on each bun. Don't have to do this. I actually got black sesame seeds recently, and I think the next batch I'm going to do alternate between black and white and black and white. I think that will be a really pretty touch. Okay, so as soon as my oven is ready, it's 300 degrees right now. As soon as it's at 400, I'm going to plop these in the oven and we'll bake. All right, our oven is ready. I'm going to gently move our buns into the top half of the oven, and as you can see, I have my right here I have my water dish. So it's just a little, in fact I'll move this over, it's just a little dish with about a ½ inch of water in it, just to add some humidity and some moisture into the air while we are cooking our beautiful buns. All right, I will come back and show you what these look like in about 15 minutes. My timer just went off at the 15-minute mark. So I want these to be a little bit more golden brown. So I'm going to give it 4 more minutes and we will take them out. In fact, I might actually go in and turn our sheet pan so that the buns in the back come forward a little bit. There we go. It's actually been about 2.5 more minutes, and look what that difference made. So I'm just going to take them out. They are ready. This batch, they kind of grew into one another. My last batch, they were nice and stayed separated, but you know what? Gosh, these look amazing. So they will pull apart really easily. You have nothing to worry about. I cannot wait to dig in. First off, though, I'm going to move these over to my cooling rack. So I'll give it a minute and then I'll put them on my cooling rack, and then we'll dig in and I'll show you how they look. I am so thrilled to show you these hamburger buns. I cannot get over how beautiful they look and how simple they were to make. You saw just the process. You can make these within hours and they look better than store-bought. They're so soft. I'm just going to squeeze this you could totally squeeze it and they puff right back up. They're just beautiful, beautiful homemade hamburger buns that are healthy for you. And I just can't wait to show you the inside. So let's cut right in. They're so soft. My gosh, they seriously feel like pillows. And you see this beautiful inner crumb. What I've been doing with these is making some really good sandwiches with mayo and mustard and some lettuce. My sons like turkey. I love Havarti cheese. But as you can see, the texture is just so soft and so fluffy. They really squish down nicely and then puff right back up. These are just a beautiful, better than store-bought hamburger bun that I know you and your loved ones are gonna absolutely devour. All right, there you have it. Beautiful, soft, golden brioche buns made in your own kitchen. You will never wanna go back to store-bought again. As always, if you are enjoying this content, please like, share, and subscribe. Comment below with any questions or suggestions that you have. I absolutely adore your feedback, and I always look forward to it. I'll see you next time with another simple homemade bread recipe and tutorial. Until then, happy baking. Next, I want to share something that's really special to serve as guests are arriving. This sourdough, spinach, and artichoke braid is one of my absolute favorite things to share as an appetizer or at the start of a gathering. Hi friends, welcome to Farm Bread. I'm Kate. So I'm really excited to share how to make this stuffed spinach and artichoke braid with you. So this is one of my absolute favorite sourdoughs to make when I'm gonna have a gathering with family and friends. It's really pretty with this beautiful woven braid of sourdough, but it's also super delicious because we're incorporating like a spinach and artichoke dip. So it's cheesy, it's gooey, it's just amazing. It's actually kind of fun to make and it's pretty simple too. So do not get discouraged by the fact that it's a braid. I will show you step-by-step instructions on how to do the layering of the sourdough. It's actually really simple and it doesn't require a lot of kneading or labor with your hands. So do not worry about that. And every time my friends and family see this, they just like their eyes pop and they're amazed. It just looks incredible. And so it's going to look like you put in a ton of hours, but you really didn't. I'm going to show you just how easy it is and fun and delicious it is to make this incredible stuffed spinach and artichoke sourdough. I can't wait. All right, let's get to it. So to make the dough, I'm going to be using my ankarsrum mixer just for speed and efficiency, but you can certainly do this by hand. It's definitely a smaller amount of dough, and of course we're going to build out the braid by hand later on, so if you want to bypass the mixer altogether, that is totally fine. I'm just going to try to do this fairly quickly before I head into work this morning. So use whatever bowl you'll be using, place it onto a scale, and we're going to measure out our ingredients using a kitchen scale. So I have zeroed out my scale, set to grams, and I'm going to use around 75 to 80 grams of a bubbly active starter. This is my all-purpose starter, which I find gives a little bit less potent of a flavor than my whole wheat starter. In fact, I've come to realize my kids prefer this one to my whole wheat starter or my rye. But you know, my family, especially my dad, and I really like the rye starter. So it really depends on your preference. And the whole wheat, the flavor, that sour flavor from the whole wheat is really nice. So after the starter, we're going to add our water. This is 285 grams of a warm water. So don't forget to zero out your scale. And this is just warm water from the tap. Now what I like to do is mix these two together. So I'm taking my Danish dough whisk and I'm just going to mix these together before I add the flour.
flour. This is going to be a high protein bread flour. Make sure to zero out your scale, and we want 480 grams of bread flour. I buy organic bread flour from Lindley Mills out of North Carolina, and I found it to be really good quality. And lastly, we're going to add our salt. I like pink Himalayan salt for its purity and flavor. Adding about 10 grams of the salt. Now is where we can lift our bowl off of our scale, put it onto our mixer, and let the mixer do all of the mixing for us. Okay, so we're set up onto our mixer. I'm going to pull the arm over and attach both the dough roller and our dough knife. It's pretty simple to do. And we'll just turn our machine on, have it set to low. This is a little bit denser of a dough, which is good for shaping. So you can see that in the texture right now as it comes together. It's actually another reason to use a mixer if you have one, because it will be a little bit harder to work with than a higher hydration dough. Just turn it up a little bit. You can see how it's cleaning the edges, it's come together nicely, and all of the dry and wet ingredients are blended nicely. That's it. So I'm just gonna stop it for now and let it rest, and we'll come back in about 30 minutes and let it move around a little bit more. Just gonna make sure that any little, yeah, this looks good. Just wanted to feel the texture, make sure that there weren't any dry spots, which there really aren't. Make sure the stuff that's on the dough knife gets incorporated or sits with the rest of the mixture. And then I will cover this, you know, I could take the knife and roller off actually. And what I'll do is I will just cover this up. Release the arm, and I will use the lid to cover this up, and I'll be back in about 30 minutes. Okay, we're back. It's been about 30 minutes. I'm going to set my machine back up. Our dough has rested. I'm going to reinsert my dough roller and the dough hook. I'm sorry, and the dough knife. And I'm just going to turn this on gently for about 30 seconds or so and let the dough come together into a ball. You need to move your roller out a little bit. Like, it's so cool, the texture difference. With just a 30-minute rest, you can already see the surface of the dough is a little bit shinier and smoother. Turn it up maybe a little higher to medium. And again, I'm going to take the tools out, and then I will just let this sit for about an hour. And I'll come back and I'll actually do it again just because I have the time right before I head into work. You don't need to do this at all. You can certainly go straight into your bulk rise right now, but I'm just going to do one more kind of stretch and fold knead, if you will, because I have the time and just to help with the glutens and the overall rise in crumb. Granted, this is a dough that we're filling, so you really don't need to worry about that too much. But so this is totally optional stage. So either enter the bulk rise, or you can let it sit for about an hour and come back and do a quick stretch and fold, if you will. Okay, it's been an hour and we're back. And because I have the time, I'm going to do a quick little, what would normally be like a stretch and fold, but I'm just gonna move the dough around a bit with my mixer. Just to help with the glutens and the rise and the crumb of the bread. All right, so I have it on low to start. I'm gonna start to turn it up a little bit. Should be good. Just gonna turn it off. I don't know if you noticed my mixer started walking a bit because I have too much flour on my surface underneath the feet. So if that happens to your ankarsrum, don't worry. Just clean it off with like a wet, just like a wet towel, and it will stop. All right. So taking our roller and our dough knife, out. Comes off really nicely. And now, oh yeah, this feels really good. It's super smooth. This feels really nice. So I'm just going to take this off my machine, push my machine back. All right, dough is looking great. I'm gonna cover it up for our bulk rise, which is gonna be about 8 to 10 hours. Once I come back from work, I will start to get the dough ready to roll it out so that we can make our beautiful braid. And I'll also need to make our filling. Both the dough and the filling can be made ahead, which is really nice. So if you needed to, you could actually put the dough after the bulk rise, you could put it right into the fridge and do a cold ferment overnight, which is really helpful depending on your timing, especially around holidays, or, you know, if your gatherings require a lot of preparation, it's really nice to be able to do that. And then the filling can also be made ahead of time. So just a couple little tips and helpful hints for you. All right, I'll see you after work in about 8 hours. And for those that are interested, my house is about 68 degrees Fahrenheit. All right, welcome back. So I just got back from work and I'm going to take a quick peek over at our dough. It is looking pretty good. So I just wanted to give you a visual for what this will look like at this phase. We're pretty much almost done with our bulk rise. It's been about 8 hours. And so now I'm actually going to put the cover back on and I'm going to make the filling. Okay, so while the dough is in its last phase of the bulk rise, we are going to make the filling. So come on over. I'm going to turn my burner on. I'm going to turn it on to medium for now. And now I'm just going to add a swirl of what I have is avocado oil in the pan as it's heating up. Thank you, Blake, for being my cinematographer. Just make sure that we're coating the pan. Now I'm going to add in about 110 grams of diced artichoke hearts that I've cut up, drained and cut up. As the pan's starting to heat up, just kind of let this cook for a few minutes. Our artichokes are starting to cook. They're sizzling. They've been marinated, so they're pretty much soft at this point. Just heating them up. And now I'm adding 2 cloves of minced garlic. I give that a good stir, make sure it gets spread around nicely. I am using a ceramic skillet, trying to stay away from non-stick Teflon and things like that. All right, so you can see that these are starting to cook nicely. The garlic smells really aromatic. So now I'm just going to add in our spinach. This is about 5 ounces of fresh spinach cut up. And we're just going to stir this up until it starts to wilt. I'm going to add some delicious Icelandic salt. It's called lava salt to taste. It has a really nice flavor. And some pepper. Turn my heat down just a little bit. Okay, this is looking pretty good. I think we can now. So now we're going to turn the heat down to low. I'm adding 30 grams of sour cream. 60 grams of mayonnaise, and 50 grams of cream cheese. I'm just going to make sure that this cream cheese, while it was soft, melts away. So that they're blended nicely together. All right, you can see everything is coming together. It's nice and creamy. This is pretty much a spinach and artichoke dip. So now I'm going to add the final touch, which is about 20 grams of ground Parmesan cheese.
fresh grated. Just going to mix this, and I'm going to also turn off the heat now that I've added the Parmesan in. And now I'm just going to take this off the heat and let it sit on the stove until I'm ready to fill our dough with it. All right, it looks delicious. I'm actually going to try a little nibble because it looks so good. That is really good. This is delicious. If you are a artichoke spinach dip lover, this is sure to please. Okay, now I'm just going to move this to the back, and we're going to start working with our dough. Now, the super exciting part of putting it all together. We're starting by having a sheet of parchment paper that is roughly going to fit over, like a little bit larger than your baking sheet. And this is like a regular jelly roll type pan. We'll be placing our dough and building out our braid on the parchment paper, which is then going to cook on the pan in the oven. So at this point, make sure you have a nice sheet of parchment paper that's large enough. I'm just going to sprinkle some flour on top very lightly. I can show you. It's very thick, so it comes out pretty easily. And the reason the dough is like this is it is going to make it a lot easier for us to roll it out. So now that we've emptied it, I'm actually going to let it sit for like 5 minutes, and I'm going to wash my bowl. You guys know I'm a fanatic about washing my dough bowls right away because I do not like to get a sticky, crusty dough caked onto my bowls. So while this rests for a little bit, I will go and wash that, and I'll be right back. All right, my bowl is clean, and now we can start to roll our dough out. Our dimensions that we're going to create here are 15 inches wide by 10 inches high. I'm gonna just do a nice big rectangle. It's actually a little bit harder rolling it out on the parchment because the parchment wants to move with the dough, but it will be just fine. And if you find you need a little bit extra flour on top, go for it. I'm going to turn this a little bit to make it easier for me so that I'm going front to back instead of side to side. Try to get it as even as possible, which means you might need to move your paper a little bit to kind of help you do that. Angle it a little bit to your advantage. I'm actually gonna rotate it more. There we go. This is really a treat. I just love this recipe. I love how beautiful the braid turns out. And I swear, every time I've made this, everyone is just in love with the filling, the spinach artichoke filling. They love how it looks. I mean, really is has a beautiful presentation with the braid, and it's sourdough, and everybody loves sourdough. And even kids really like this too. It's such a special treat for friends and family. All right, I am gonna take out my trusty, maybe I'll rotate this for you. And then I'll take out my trusty little measuring tape. So we definitely have, let's see, I'm gonna have to go up a little bit over here. Our width is good. So I'm a little bit on the thick side. And friends, this doesn't need to be perfect. You know me. You just do what works. But I'm a little on the thick side, so I'll just kind of pull it in and then push it up so I get the length there. Pull it in and then push it up. And that will give me the length I need. We want 15. Yep, that's fine. It's okay if the edges are a little bit rounded. It's really not that big of a deal. It's gonna go in our bellies. And because of the braid, we're gonna be like tucking all of this in anyways. All right, so that is looking really good. So I'm just gonna turn it like this because it's easier for me to work this way. Okay, now that we have our dough ready, this is the fun part where we can spread our delicious filling into the center. And we're just going to kind of push it down and right in the center of our rectangle. We can go up to the top and then down to the bottom. Just like so. It's taking every ounce of me not to eat all of this dip. It tastes so good. Now that we have the dip on, we are actually going to sprinkle our, it's like an Italian mozzarella blend that I'm putting on top here. Because we all have to have cheesy dip. And the sourdough, when we break into this and it's cheesy and the delicious sourdough flavor, oh my gosh, it's so good. By the way, this is about a cup of shredded Italian blend, shredded Italian mozzarellas and whatnot, cheese blend. Now that we have all of this put on, we're actually just going to do about 1-inch slits on either side. And we'll try to get them about the same size, but if they're not, do not worry. Just kind of going down. This is where I say this braiding, as beautiful as it looks, it's actually really simple. So do not fear the braid. It looks a lot harder than it is. So that's why this bench scraper is super nice to have too, because just pushing down and then the dough just breaks off really, really easily. Okay. All right. Now I don't know if you can see down here at this end, but we're a little bit uneven, but we're just going to be wrapping it all together, so it really doesn't matter. Do not fret if this thing is not completely symmetric. And this is what our top looks like. Okay. So now, I'll try to pull this down for you. What we're going to do I'm gonna move my camera down a little bit for you, just so we can get that top. So now we're just gonna pull these down and crisscross like a pretty cross formation. Don't you just love parchment paper? It makes life so much easier without having everything stick. Look how beautiful this is looking already. If anything does start to stick, you know, go back in with your bench scraper. Kind of pull it up a little bit. Just help it along. This up a little bit. Make sure you can see. Whoops. And we're just kind of overlapping from side to side. And then at the end, if we have a bit much, I can just kind of chop it off like that. And we can just lift this up. However you want to do it. So we've got one end kind of closed, another end slightly open up here, which I think actually looks kind of nice. So we'll stick with that. Now that we have our beautiful braid laid out and finished, we are going to transfer it to our sheet pan. Do this carefully, but I'm literally just going to pull this off my counter as I slide it onto my pan for the least amount of disruption. There we go. So now we have it fully on the pan. It just fits. Okay, and one of the last steps before we go into a rise is we're going to brush the top gently with 1 egg and a splash of water. So I'm going to do this very gently. This is what gives it a beautiful glaze, beautiful golden color and glaze on top. Now you want to make sure you don't get too much egg. I don't know if you've ever done that before, put too much egg on top, but it starts to look a little bit like scrambled egg and we don't want that. Have you ever made a braid before? If so, let me know. I'd love to hear. And what sort of filling did you use for your braid, if you used a filling at all? Just go over the whole thing. And then the lovely last part of this is we're going to sprinkle it with sesame seeds, which I love. I'm a huge sesame fan. Our eggs are fresh from our chickens too, out back. We've got 23 chickens outside, and they're blessing us with fresh eggs daily. Okay, so we've done our egg wash.
Now we're just going to sprinkle. I have organic sesame seeds. I say the more the better, but my kids don't always agree with me. So just do a nice little sprinkle evenly. There we go. And lastly, we are going to cover our braid and we're going to let it rest for about an hour. So we definitely want to make sure that it gets noticeably puffy. And then we are going to bake it. So now, as we are starting this rest period, you do want to turn your oven on to 420 degrees or 425 degrees Fahrenheit or 220 degrees Celsius. So go ahead and preheat your oven right now. All right, let's take a look. Yes, we are puffy. You can notice a nice difference from before. We're puffed up beautifully. We're going to bake this baby. So I'm going to put it in the oven for about 35 minutes. We really want to get a nice, beautiful golden brown color and maybe a little bit oozy with our cheese and whatnot, our dip. All right, so let's throw this in. I'm going to put my oven mitts on. I'll just step back, sweetie. Okay, open my oven. Make sure if you're using parchment paper that it's not near any of the burners in your oven. All right, and we're gonna bake it, like I said, for about 35 minutes or so until it's a beautiful golden brown. Thought I would give you a quick little sneak peek. We have about 10 minutes to go, according to my 35-minute timer, but we may need to go a little bit further if it's not as golden. We'll see. It's looking really good. All right, I gotta get this baby out. Look how beautiful golden brown this is. Oh, I'm so excited. This is looking amazing. Okay, here we are. It's cooled probably about 10 or 15 minutes. I cannot wait to dig in. Like all breads, it tastes better when it's warm, especially with the filling inside that's cheesy and gooey. You really do want to eat this right out of the oven or close to it. So I'm just going to show you how easy it is to take this off of the parchment paper. It just comes right off. This really is a crowd pleaser, and it's so beautiful and pretty with the braid. Your guests are really gonna love it. Something like this, it's just a pizza cutter, but this is gonna be something that's really helpful when you're cutting this. You could use a knife, a regular serrated bread knife to definitely work as well. But I think something like this is gonna be a little bit more handy for creating some nice triangular pieces. So I'm just gonna cut kind of like little triangles back and forth. So one, and I'll come back over here. And you can do this all the way up, but right now I'm just going to open this up and show you. Oh my goodness, how good does that look? Yummy. So nice and warm. Got the beautiful dough. My daughter really wants this piece, so I'm going to give that to Blake. I'll take the end piece. What a nice treat to share with your friends and your family. It's something just a little bit more special. Put in a little bit extra effort. And it just is such like a beautiful presentation piece as well. You're really going to wow everybody with this bread. And it's just really delicious. Thanks so much for watching. As always, I hope you really enjoyed this video. I hope you try this braid out because it really is truly a special piece for your friends and family. If you have any questions, post them in the comments below. As always, please like, subscribe, and share. If there's anything you'd like me to cover that I haven't done so yet, definitely post in the comments below and I'll be happy to try to do a video for you. I will post the recipe in my description as well, and I will try to pin it in my comments as well. Okay, now if you're looking for something to place right on your Easter dinner table, these baguettes are so beautiful. Everyone will love them, and they're perfect for tearing and sharing.
Good morning and welcome to Farm Bread. I'm Kate. So today I'm going to show you how to make these simple rustic baguettes out of the ankarsrum cookbook. They're absolutely delicious. They're so fresh tasting, especially when they're right out of the oven. Your family won't be able to stop eating them. Even the littles, like my daughter Blake, who are kind of adverse to crust, are going to love these baguettes. So with this recipe, we're actually going to be using the dough hook instead of the dough roller. And I know from experience that this can be a little confusing. So I will definitely share some tips and insight and tricks for you to pay attention to and think about as you're using and going through this recipe so that I can lessen your confusion and really show you how to successfully use that dough hook. What I really love is just how easy this recipe is using the ankarsrum. It really takes a lot of that laborious hand kneading and shaping out of the way for you. It's such an easy, simple recipe. I really think you're gonna love this. Once you see how simple these are to make, you're gonna be making them all the time. Let's get started. Welcome to Farm Bread. I'm Kate and I make simple, delicious artisan breads here on our little backyard farm. Making bread doesn't need to be complicated. Do not overthink it. Trust your instincts, take some risks, and have fun in the process. And always remember, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Okay, now I know this is a weird angle, but I'm showing you this because this matters when you get your ankarsrum set up. So first, you actually want to put your dough scraper or the dough knife in first. Then what you're going to do is attach your dough hook second. And how you attach this is you slide it into the larger hole and then you pull your arm over and put that in to lock in place. We'll typically put it like in the middle-ish. Enough that like you can still move it. I am adding 500 milliliters of warm water. The recipe says to heat your water. I find that if you use water from the faucet and it's warm enough but not too hot to touch, then that's typically a good temperature. You don't necessarily need to heat it unless you want to. The recipe calls for heating it to about 98 degrees Fahrenheit. Then we're going to add in 2 teaspoons of yeast and a fourth. So 2 1/4 teaspoons of what I'm using is active dry yeast. And then once you add your water and your yeast, we're just going to turn it on just to mix it really quickly. Definitely you can use your dough knife to help move ingredients in the bowl around, or you can move your hook just to make sure that everything's getting a little bit wet. If you see any areas that aren't totally wet, you can just kind of give it a little bit of a stir. There we go. So this yeast and water mixture are going to sit for about 10 minutes. You'll notice that the yeast starts to absorb the water and it will get a little bit frothy. Sometimes it works really well, sometimes it doesn't work that well. You can't really see a huge frothy substance. Don't worry either way, just sit it for about 10 minutes and then continue with your recipe and it should be good. Unless your yeast is expired, it typically works with me either way. Okay, so this is what my mixture looks like at about 10 minutes of a rest. So not everything has risen up. Sometimes that happens, sometimes it doesn't. I'm just gonna start adding my other ingredients. So I'm going to add 1 tablespoon of pink Himalayan salt, 2 tablespoons of olive oil, I'm going to turn it on low, and I'm going to add about half the flour. Altogether, we're adding about 720 grams of bread flour. So here's the trickiest part. As you can see, it looks like the bowl is just spinning and nothing's really happening, right? So don't stop here. Don't be discouraged. Just know you can move the hook around, you can move the dough knife around to help guide you. And once it starts, it will take off. It's just that initial catch that it needs to do before it will really start to mix the ingredients. So don't be discouraged if you look at this and you're like, oh my gosh, nothing's happening. It will come together. Move it around. And then I find if it's still not doing it, I'm just gonna add more flour. The more you have, the more ingredients you have in here, the more there is to take hold and create traction. So it will definitely help get things moving the way they should. And then you can always turn the speed up a little bit too. It doesn't have to be like lowest of low. Flour. So I've added about almost all except 1 cup. Now you can see right now it's really sticking on me. So I might even go in with my dough scraper. Move it around a little bit. You can see it's starting to come together now. It doesn't look like it's doing much, but it is. It's starting. There we go. And now it's totally mixing. I know it's weird and it just seems very odd that it takes a while, but when it does start, now it's gonna blend really nicely. We want a dough that is somewhat sticky to touch but doesn't get all over your finger when you do touch it. So we typically want, I typically will put all of my flour in for this recipe. Right now that's just way too sticky, so it needs a little more flour. Right now you can actually see that the sides are starting to come a little bit clean as the dough takes more shape, as the flours get integrated. So this is looking really good. Now I'm going to add the rest of my flour. So in total this was 720 grams of flour. Once I feel like all of this flour is incorporated into the dough, that's when we're going to set our timer for about 5 minutes and let the machine do the kneading for us. With this dough knife scraper, try to get it off the hook up at the top. dough really moves nicely around the hook so that it will naturally move around and grab the dough down, but sometimes I just like to give it a little bit of a hand. I'm thinking this looks like we're at a really nice point. You can see it's come clean around the edges, so I'm going to set my timer to 5 minutes and we're going to start the kneading process. So now that I've set my timer, I'm turning the speed up to medium. Also tightening the back so that the arm doesn't move around too much. Looks like it's actually getting stuck on this end. I'm just going to slow this down. Turn it off for a second and then kind of push it down so that it's back towards the center of the machine. And we'll start the process again, because I really like it when it goes towards the back and loops around. Actually not tightening the arm. I'm letting the arm kind of work with the knife and slowly move the dough around on their own. It's not wobbling back and forth too much. So I feel like this process is smooth. This just turned off, so now I'm just going to take the dough hook and the knife out and then clean those in the sink so they don't get all crusty. And then I'm just going to cover the bowl. I'll form this, kind of shape this into a nice ball, and then I will cover the bowl and let it rise for about 1 to 2 hours. Can't actually see what I'm doing because of the angle. But try to get into like a nice little ball and then cover it up. So now this will sit for 1 to 2 hours, and I will be back once it's doubled in size. One thing I noticed as I was starting to knead the dough was that it was coming together really quickly. Probably in hindsight should have used a little bit less, maybe about 650 to 700 grams of flour. So if you notice things coming together really fast, it might mean that you added a little bit too much flour. It was a little bit hard for me for the demonstration purposes to actually see like how much what the texture and consistency was as I was adding it. So once you get to the 5 cups, just add a little bit at a time after that, because you might not need to add a whole 6 cups. I also want to say, if you are liking this content, if it's helpful to you, please like and subscribe. It really helps me to know what content I'm putting out there is most helpful to you, and what you guys like to watch. And definitely, if there's anything that I haven't covered, mention it in the comments below. I would love to hear your thoughts and feedback and recommendations or suggestions for future videos that I can create for you or help you with. So definitely comment below. It always makes my day to get a comment from you and know that I'm helping you in your bread journey. So I truly love all of the comments that you have posted. So thank you so much for that. All right, here we go. Yes, I would definitely say that it has doubled in size. It's actually been about an hour. So definitely check your dough. When it says 1 to 2 hours, it depends on the temperature in your home, the time of year. So come back and check it about an hour just to make sure you're not letting it rise too much. So now I'm going to turn this out onto my counter and start to separate this into 5 pieces. Now the recipe calls for 4 pieces, but I tend to like my baguettes longer and thinner, not quite so large like you could find in the store. So I am actually going to do 5 pieces instead of 4, but it's up to your preference if you want to do 4 or 5. So now I will show you how I shape these right now. Okay, we are going to turn the dough out onto a floured surface. So I'm just going to sprinkle some all-purpose flour onto the surface. And it says pour the dough out without actually kneading it. So I'm just going to gently get it out of the container, scrape what's in the bottom, plop it on. Okay, and now I'm going to separate this into 5 pieces. Like I said, the recipe says to do 4. I like mine a little bit longer and thinner, so I'm going to do 5. Okay. Oh. Just kind of eyeball the size. The ones in the center are usually always a little bit bigger, so I make them thinner. There we go. Okay, so now the trick here is to definitely get some flour on your hands. I'll move these to the side. And I'll show you. Whoop. Literally just kind of pull and twist. I mean, it's super easy on your hands, very gentle, pull and twist. And then what we're going to do is set these on a baking sheet that has parchment paper on it. So I've already put parchment paper onto my baking sheet. As you can see, so I'm just going to line them up. So we just pull and twist. Try to make sure that you're getting even like an even kind of thickness throughout. You don't want to have like super thin parts if you can help it. The recipe calls to bake these at 525. I'm just going to do 500 degrees Fahrenheit because my oven typically doesn't go much higher. And then that just means I might bake them for a little bit longer than the recipe calls for. So go ahead right before you start to shape your baguettes, preheat your oven. If your oven takes a while, these are going to rest for 30 minutes. So if your oven takes a while to preheat, you might want to do that right before you start shaping. If your oven preheats fairly quickly, then you can start to preheat your oven after you do this shaping. Don't they have such a nice rustic looking twist? And with this recipe, you really don't have to worry about them sticking together. There. So we have all of our baguettes shaped. I have my oven preheated to 500. So now I'm just going to cover these with a cloth and let them rest for 30 minutes. Okay, it's been 30 minutes. I'll gently take the towel off and you can see how they've slightly risen. You don't want them to rise too much because in my experience, what happens is you lose these beautiful twists. And so it just kind of looks like a long loaf. So you definitely want to cap it around that 30-minute mark. We have this beautiful flour still in there, which in the recipe book you can see adds a really nice color dynamic between like the darkened crust, our outer crust, once it's cooked, and the beautiful twist in the light flour. So they're really pretty. So I'm going to put these in the oven. My oven has preheated to 500 degrees Fahrenheit, and I am going to bake these for 15 to 20 minutes. Now, because I did smaller, longer, and thinner, I'm going to check at that 15-minute mark to see if they are done or if I need to leave them in for a little bit longer. You want them to be a beautiful golden brown, and so if they're not getting that beautiful golden brown color, that means you just need to leave them in for a little bit longer. All right, here we go. All right, so I have put the baguettes in the oven. They are on the middle shelf. I will turn my camera around and show you that in just a second. And we're gonna let them bake for 15 minutes at 500 degrees. We're about halfway through, so I'm just going to show you where we're at, how they're looking. They are looking really delicious. Okay, the timer just went off, so it's been 15 minutes. You can zoom in. I have my daughter helping me with the filming. We're just gonna take a peek because I'm thinking they are not ready. Yeah, as you can see, can you get a little closer? They aren't quite as brown as I would like, so we're just gonna leave it in for a few more minutes. Might go up to about 20 minutes total. So we'll come back in a few and check on them. Okay, so I have checked them and I'm going to take them out. They're looking really good. Just watch out, hun, it's hot. And a beautiful golden brown. So I'm going to take them out. They were in for about 19 minutes or so. So definitely take that into consideration when you are baking, that they might need to stay in for a little bit longer. Okay, so now I'm just going to slowly and carefully take these baguettes off the pan so that they can go into a cooling rack to cool. Can you get that? Can you see how easily these are just pulling off? They separate really nicely. Just don't pull them too hard right away while they're still cooling because you don't want to rip them. But look at that. And I love this size. I think doing 5 is the perfect size for these. You really don't want baguettes to be too thick. go. So one thing, if you don't have a pair of these heat-resistant gloves, I would definitely recommend getting a pair. They are amazing. You saw how I just pulled the baguettes apart and did not burn my hands. They're super inexpensive, so I definitely recommend investing in a pair. I'll put a link to where I got these off Amazon in the description below, but they were, I think, under $25, and I have definitely gotten my money's worth, my use out of these. They are great. All right, here they are cooling on our rack. They look amazing. I cannot wait to dig in. We'll give it a few minutes and then we will break one apart. All right, my daughter Blake is doing the honors of cutting into our first loaf. She can't resist, can she? All right, let's see the crumb. It looks delicious. All right, what do you think?
It looks really soft. Yeah.
All right. You want to try it? Do you want to put what, butter on it? Yeah. All right, go ahead.
It tastes really good.
Yeah. Good. Can you squeeze it?
It's super soft and fluffy.
1 out of 10, what would you give it?
9.
Wow, awesome. All right, there you have it. These beautiful rustic baguettes, super light and fluffy. My daughter loves them, as do I. The whole family does. So give them a try. If you have any questions, put them in the comments below. I will get back to you as soon as I can. And I want to hear what you think. Overall, this is like a really quick recipe, and it's something that you can easily make on a Saturday morning or in the evenings. So definitely give it a shot and let me know how it goes. As always, thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe if you're enjoying this content. All right, can't wait to hear from you, and I will see you in the next video. Next is something with a little bit more flavor. Hi, and welcome to Farm Bread. I'm Kate. So I am so excited to share this loaf with you today. 25 years ago, when I lived in Bucktown, Chicago, I used to buy the most incredible roasted garlic ring from this little local bakery called the Red Hen Bakery. It was so soft and airy and flavorful with lots of olive oil, and inside it had this layer of roasted garlic goodness. It was almost like a garlicky paste. It was so incredible. So today I'm bringing that memory back with my own sourdough version. It's simple and delicious and pairs perfectly with a little bit of gorgonzola cheese. I'll walk you through each step so that you can make this beautiful loaf at home and then share it with those you love. Let's get baking.
Okay, so the first thing that we're gonna do before we even start to make our dough is make sure that we roast our garlic. I found this awesome little garlic roasting pan at a thrift store, which has been awesome. And it's always nice to reuse and recycle when you can. If you haven't done this before, you just slice off the top portion of the garlic to reveal the beautiful cloves inside. Leave everything intact and then drizzle maybe like a teaspoon to a tablespoon of olive oil on top and then cover it up. If you don't have a pan like this, what you can do is just put it in tin foil and kind of wrap the tin foil up around it and close it at the top, just so you make like a little pouch. And then you just roast. I did 400 degrees for about 20 minutes or so. I did this yesterday, so you can always try to get things done a day in advance to make it easier for yourself. For now, I'm actually going to set this aside, and now we're going to make the dough. Great. So I have my bowl on my scale, And I have my Danish dough whisk to gently stir in between. So first I'm going to zero out my scale and make sure that we are at 0 and set to grams, which we are, so that's great. Now I am going to add about 50 to 60 grams of active bubbly starter. Make sure you feed your starter 8 to 10 hours in advance so that it will be ready by the time you are ready to make this. So I have about 60 grams. Next, we're going to be adding warm water. So I'm going to zero out my scale, and I am just using warm water from my tap. I'm going to be adding 360 grams or 360 milliliters of warm water. Okay, now I'm going to stir these together. Our next step is to add an extra virgin olive oil. So I'm going to zero out my scale, and I'm going to add 20 grams of EVOO. Again, I'll just give this a little quick whisk, stir it up. And then we'll add in our flour. So now we are adding our flours, and this is a combination of bread flour and all-purpose flour. I'm going to add 250 grams of each. So 250 grams of a high-protein bread flour. I always use organic. And another 250 grams of a all-purpose flour. Again, I use organic. In total, it should be 500 grams of flour. And the reason we do this is because I don't want a huge loaf of bread. I want a nice ring that is airy on the inside, but something that's not super bready and large. I'll show you what I mean. And lastly, we're going to be adding salt, and I love pink Himalayan salt. It's such a beautiful color, but it also has such a wonderful flavor, and it's pure. So I'm adding 10 grams of pink Himalayan salt. Of course, you can use any type of salt here. And now I'm just going to stir all of this together. So first I'm just going to take it off of my scale. And now I'm just going to combine all of these ingredients together with my Danish dough whisk. Just start in the middle and keep circulating the whisk in the center, and you'll notice the flours just start to come together towards the center as you go through. Then you can make it your way to the outer edge to clean it off. Your dough should be shaggy. And kind of sticky like so. Then we're going to let this rest, and when we come back we will shape it and form it into more of a dough-like ball structure. Just try to scrape your sides down if you can. There we go. All right. So I'm going to cover this with a damp cloth for 30 minutes and then we'll be back. In the meantime, I'm going to wash my Danish dough whisk and I'm also going to prep our roasted garlic. And I'm going to try not to eat too much of it. Okay, so to prep the garlic, it's actually really a fun process. If you don't mind getting your fingers a little sticky with the, or a little messy, I should say, with the olive oil. But the garlics, once they're nicely roasted, they just slide right out. I keep a little dish nearby to put the skins in if they get stuck on my hand. But you know you've roasted it nicely when they just kind of pop out. I used to make bread back when we lived in Illinois and sell it, and one of our big items was a roasted garlic sourdough, which I have a recipe for. You should check it out. I'll see if I can post a link to the video here. And I would make a lot of roasted garlic and my daughter would eat it. So I would have to hide it from her. But if she found it, she would always need to have at least like a couple cloves. It's so sweet. The flavor really changes when you add heat to it. And so if you haven't had roasted garlic, you might not be watching this, but it is so yummy. It's amazing how like adding heat can just add such a sweetness to something that's rather potent and powerful in its fresh state. I love garlic no matter what. My mom grew it when we were little and she would make a bagel with cream cheese and then put sliced garlic. And I'm talking fresh, I'm not talking roasted. She would literally slice fresh garlic and put it on her bagel with cream cheese. Okay, so now it almost looks like a flower here, doesn't it? And it's so pretty. So now that we have all of our garlic and out of the skins and into our olive oil that we baked it in. So that's also another thing I didn't mention is just definitely don't pour out that olive oil. Keep it in the container or the tin foil, and then you could put it into a bowl because I'm going to actually mash this up into a paste, which is really easy to do with just a fork. So I'll move that out of the way, and I'm going to grab a fork really quickly. All right, so really we're just mashing these with a fork. Super easy because they're roasted, they're soft, and they mash really easily. Some that maybe got a little bit more roasted than others, which always happens. Just don't worry about it, just leave it in there. Because one of my friend's favorite things are the little bits and bites of roasted garlic that are kind of like a little surprise in your bread when you come across them. This recipe though, we're not doing a loaf, we're doing a ring, and it's just something I've always wanted to try to recreate. When I first had this bread in Chicago at the Red Hen Bakery, I just absolutely loved it. Okay, so that looks good. So just cover it up, and then we are not going to actually include this until we're ready to add the fillings. So you can just set this aside on your counter. You could even put it in the refrigerator if you're not going to be using it until tomorrow, however you plan to do it. But make sure that it's at room temperature when you go to fill your dough with it. Okay, our dough has rested for about 30 minutes. I was able to clean some things around here and make some coffee. So this is what your dough should look like when you take your cloth off after the initial mix. So now I'm just going to go in and kind of tighten this into a shape like a ball. So I'm just going to lift up, stretch the dough, kind of go in a clockwise rotation. While you're kind of stretching, and this just helps to strengthen the dough. You might see like the olive oil has coagulated or solidified. That's totally fine. Don't worry about that. Still a little sticky, but don't worry. Okay. Now that we've done this, we're just going to again let our dough rest for about 30 minutes, and then we'll come back and do a folding technique. Okay, it's been 30 minutes. We're going to come back and do our first fold. So what helps here is if you have like kind of a little glass of water, you can get your hands wet and just go underneath the dough and pull it up. With this loaf, I am trying to get a specific end result that's a little bit different of a texture than my typical sourdoughs. And so I really want to actually go in and do a very, very gentle lift and fold technique. So I will do that here for you. And then you just need to repeat it about 4 times. So this is the first of 4 times that I'm going to be doing this. Again, I am working it around my schedule. I'm doing this before I head into work. It's pretty simple and straightforward. You just need to carve out time to do it. So that's pretty much what it comes down to. So I'll just show you. Just kind of go underneath and lift it up to stretch. Hopefully I don't hit the camera. And then again, get your hands a little bit wet and then go underneath and then stretch and lift up and let it fold in on itself. And then just do that a couple times and have it lay back down into kind of like a little ball shape. Do one last little stretch. You'll see how the dough and the gluten start working together, and it starts to get this really beautiful texture that's really light, and you can start to see bubbles forming. So it's really a nice way to do it if you have the time and the desire to achieve this end result. It's definitely worthwhile. Okay, there you have it. That's all we're going to do for now. I'm going to come back in 30 minutes and we'll do it again. Okay, it's been another 30 minutes. We're back. You can already start to see the dough and how it's changing over time. I'm going to get my hands a little bit wet, and we're just going to do another stretching, lifting up, and then kind of folding in on itself, and then we'll just do the other side as well. And the reason I'm just showing you instead of just telling you what to do is I think it's really neat to be able to see how my dough looks, so that when you go to do this, you can kind of reference each step. I know it makes the video longer, but I think it's worthwhile to show all the different steps and phases of the process. So I hope you enjoy that. Okay, that's about it. I'm just going to cover her up, and we'll come back in 30 more minutes. I'll see you then. Okie doke, we are back. Let's go. All right. Looking smooth and elastic. Wetting my hands again. I'm forgetting, but I think this is our 3rd fold. I can't exactly remember. I have it all written down. And that's something I should show you. I do make a schedule and a list that I go by so that I can figure all of this out as I'm planning, which I would definitely advise. I'll show you my list in a second.
Okay, but first I'm going to go in and gently lift up like I've been doing. Stretch the dough and then fold it over. Turn the bowl, and I'll do that one more time. Just a gentle lift and stretch, or lift and fold. Lift, stretch, and fold. All right, I'm going to cover it up, and I'm going to do it one more time before I head into work. So here's just a quick sketch of kind of how I lay it out. So I figure out what time I want to get up, and then I space everything pretty much 30 minutes apart. I'm delayed a little bit. Had to get the kids off to school and take care of the chickens and shower and get ready, make lunches, all that. So I kind of fit that in between. But essentially, I just kind of lay out my schedule, check everything off as I go through. And I can check this one off because I just did that one. So we're about 20 minutes behind, but that's okay. And then, yeah, this will be perfect. I'll just do my last lift and stretch right before I head into work. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of an idea of how I do all of this and how I simplify and try to make it as easy as possible. All right, we made it to the last stretch and fold. So here we go. Gonna get my hands wet, and we're just going to again lift up. Oh, you can really see how this is stretching nicely now. And fold over. Lift up and fold over. Kind of make it into a ball gently. It feels really soft and light, puffy like a pillow. Okay, now I'm actually going to cover this with a plastic wrap and let it enter its bulk rise throughout the day. And then I will come back, and this evening I'm going to put it into the refrigerator. So I'm going to let this rise at room temperature, which is probably around 68 degrees, for roughly 10 hours or so, and we'll see. We really just want this to double in size. So once this is about double in size, that's when I'm going to gently shape it and put it into a basket, a proofing basket, for a cold ferment overnight, and then I'm going to bake it tomorrow morning. So I will probably also put my garlic paste into the refrigerator as well. But for now, just going to set this aside. I'm going to cover it with plastic wrap, set it aside, and let it rise throughout the day. All right, welcome back. It has been about 10 hours, 10 and a, well, actually closer to 11 hours. And our dough has definitely doubled in size. So I'm going to get our proofing basket ready. Oh, I think our cat might be hungry. King, are you saying hello? So I'm just going to generously flour our proofing basket. I'm putting it in an oblong basket because I want to, when I take it out in the morning, I want to be able to have it in kind of like a long rectangle. So that will be my ultimate goal as I'm shaping the dough in the morning. But for now, I'm just going to put it in an oblong proofing basket before we put it into the refrigerator. Okay, show you our dough. You can see it's nice and bubbly, and it has definitely doubled in size, which is great. I did check it when I got home from work at the 8-hour mark, and it hadn't quite risen this much, so I did want to wait a little bit more. So just as a frame of reference, you know, depending on the temperature in your house, 8 to 10, 11, 8 to 12 hours maybe, think about just making sure that your dough has doubled in size before you take it out. And of course, Gunther is drinking water. Every time I do this, I feel like he goes and takes a drink of water. All right. Okay, so now I I'm really gently going to shape this. You saw how we were doing really gentle stretching and folds. I am going to come at this with the same approach and a very gentle one. So just you can just feel as you like gently pick the dough up, feel how light it is. So I'm just going to come in just to give it a little bit of shape. Pick it up. I'm just doing this in like a circular motion, clockwise formation. Don't want to hurt it at all. And I'm going to flip it over and tuck those ends. It feels very jiggly, light and jiggly, which is a great frame of reference for you. Going to gently pick this up, put it into our, flip it over and put it into our proofing basket. Now for the cold ferment, I am just going to let it go overnight, and then I'm going to bake this in the morning. And what you'll see is how I shape this into a ring. So stay tuned for that. But for now, I'm going to make some dinner for my family because we are getting pretty hungry. Had a lot of running around to do while my daughter was at soccer and Mark is out of town. So time to make dinner and get this baby in the refrigerator. I will gently cover this with our plastic wrap, and I will see you in the morning. All right, have a great night. Okay, good morning. It is early and I just came down, took my bread out of our refrigerator and set it on the counter. Once I set this on the counter, I turned our oven on to 450 degrees Fahrenheit. And while I'm preheating that, I also put my baking stone and my lid in the oven so that they can preheat with the oven. The next thing that I did was I took a sheet pan, like a very light, just like a smaller, flat sheet pan that has no edges, and I put a layer of parchment paper on top with some gentle sprinkle of flour. And the reason I do that is because I use that to transfer my dough from the counter, if you will, onto the baking stone. I don't have like one of those like fun pizza, flat pizza carriers, and so I just use the sheet pan, and that seems to work really well. So it's been sitting out for about 5 minutes so far. I'm just going to sprinkle our counter with some flour. And then I'm just going to turn it out onto our counter, and I'll just let it sit for about 5 more minutes. I'm going to come in and I'm going to start to flatten this like focaccia, where you kind of just push it out with your fingertips. The reason I do it this way is because I just want to push it out so that we have a longer piece, roughly about 18 inches, but I'm trying not to like fully damage all of the beautiful air inside. I want to try to preserve the beautiful rise that we had and the lightness of the dough. Okay, yeah, so I'm just going to do about 18 inches. The idea is I want this to fit around a jar. So we're going to fold it over in half with the garlic spread inside. And then it just needs to be long enough that it would fit around a jar. So here's my jar. Let's see. I think we're almost there. just want to get like an even size. You don't want it to be too thick in the middle. You can kind of stretch it as well. There we go. I think that looks good. Now we're going to take our garlic and we're going to spread it over our bread or our dough. You can get all these yummy bits and olive oil. I'll try to keep it actually to one side because when we fold it over, it will obviously coat both sides, like so. Okay. So now I'm just going to gently fold. You could use a bench scraper for this too if you need, but I'm just pulling the dough up and over to cover it, kind of like a calzone or a sandwich. Okay, now the fun part, I am going to grab my bench scraper. We are going to, just want to make sure we don't, okay, lift this up okay. You need to add a little bit more flour underneath, so just at this stage it is worth checking underneath your dough to make sure that you have ample flour, just so when you want to lift this up you'll be able to. This is probably a good time to grab your sheet pan, whatever surface you're going to put it on, your parchment paper, and we'll gently, I'm just going to flour this a little bit more. So it's just some leftover flour I have. And then I'm going to lift, I'll put my jar onto the parchment paper. And then we're just going to gently lift our dough up and fit it around the ring, in a ring formation around the jar, like so. My dough's already starting to seal up on me. So I'm just going to get a little water. So that I can kind of seal these two pieces together. There we go. And now, just before we're going to let this rise, you just want to go around the edges, and I just want to tuck the edges under so that no seam is showing around the edges. Like so. And now I'm just going to let this rise. And it doesn't need to double in size, but just get a little bit puffier. So I'll probably let it sit here for about a half an hour. One last thing that we're going to do before we bake it is just drizzle a little bit of olive oil around the top. And I will show you that when we get to that step. All right, I'll see you in a little bit. Okay, our oven has preheated, so I'm just going to take our jar out of the center here. Our dough has risen slightly, as you can see. I'll set our jar aside, and now I'm just going to gently brush the top of the dough with some olive oil. I don't want to get it too close to the bottom because in the past I've noticed that the bottom can get a little too overcooked. with the olive oil. So I like to just do the top. Okay. And now I'm just going to slide our parchment paper on top of our baking stone and then cover our dough with my lid. And I do have a funny story about my lid, which I think I've shared in another video, but I'm all about reusing and recycling, and I found a great sassafras baker at a thrift store. But unfortunately, I put it into the oven too long after I had started to preheat the oven, and I cracked it. So now I have a bottomless cover for my sassafras, which actually, after being, buying a baking stone and using that, the lid works just as fine with the baking stone. So definitely, if you do have a oops moment, see how maybe you can still use part of your baker or something, maybe see if you can use the lid. So first, I'm just going to pull this out and remove our lid. Set it up on our and then I'm going to transfer our dough directly onto the baking from the baking sheet onto the stone, and I'm going to keep the parchment paper there as well. I'm going to gently put my lid on top. And now we're going to bake this for about 20 minutes. So our ring is going to bake covered for 20 minutes, and then at that 20-minute mark, I'm going to take the lid off and let it bake for 25 to 30 minutes more while it is uncovered. Okay, our timer went off, so I'm going to take the lid off. There we go. Oh yes, that looks beautiful. Yay! Okay, and now I'm just going to gently brush this with some olive oil. Let me actually pull this out a little bit. You can see how the base gets a little darker from that lid. That's why I don't want to put too much olive oil down there, because it tends to make it cook faster. All right. I'm trying to get the other side. I love the texture that olive oil gives this bread. All right. This looks great. So we're going to cook it for another 25 to 30 minutes. I'm going to set my timer for 30 minutes, but I'm going to check around the 25-minute mark to see how we're looking. All right. I love the richness that the olive oil gives to this loaf. And it's something that I really remember when we were in Chicago and when I would try the loaf. So that's something that I'm trying to emulate here with spreading the garlic, or I'm sorry, spreading the olive oil all over this loaf. Let's pull it out a little bit so I can reach it better. Now we've got about 13 minutes left. I'm gonna rotate our loaf so that this end doesn't get too brown. Oops. And I'm going to gently lift it off and put it directly onto our baking stone. So now you can see the darkness here. So what I might do is actually go in and I'm gonna tent our loaf with tin foil. So for these last 10 minutes or so, I'm gonna tint this with just so that it doesn't get too dark. I'll take my tinfoil off. This looks really beautiful. Now you can see our beautiful roasted garlic ring fresh out of the oven. Wait until you smell your kitchen. I mean, this is really a crowd pleaser. All right, I'm super excited to share this roasted garlic ring. It has taken me like 25 years to be able to make this, and I am super proud and excited to share it with you because it's really an incredible loaf. It's just delicious anytime, but really it's really fun to have at gatherings with family and friends, and to be able to share it. It's also a showstopper because anybody who sees this thinks like, oh my goodness, how did you make a ring of bread? So, and then when you bite inside of it, there's this amazing layer of garlicky goodness that is just really surprising and so delicious. So I really hope you try it. And if you do, let me know in the comments below. I'd be super excited to hear what you think and how it turns out. Like, which area do you think we should cut into first? The big side, probably?
Yeah.
All right. And just do a big slice. Show you the crumb. So look how airy and beautiful that looks. And here you can see where we folded the dough over. You can see that really nice layer. I'm just gonna open it up for you, of roasted garlic inside. Oh my gosh, see? That is like the delicious surprise that you get when you're eating this. It is just so good. The olive oil adds a really nice coating and really helps with the crumb. I think it softens it up a bit, and it just pairs really nicely with the roasted garlic inside, and then also when we're adding a little bit of cheese. And I love this with gorgonzola cheese, and I am not a fan of blue cheese, but this combination for some reason just really works well together. So I'll show you the rest of the loaf, and I just think it's such a beautiful concept to have a ring with a beautiful layer of the roasted garlic inside. All right, now I'm just gonna cut a smaller slice. And another way that you can eat this actually, and what I used to do a lot, was actually just kind of cube it and then serve it with the cheese. So people can get little bite-sized pieces, like so. I'll just show you. Get like little bite-sized pieces and then spread the gorgonzola on top. And you only need a little bit of gorgonzola. A little goes a long way. All right, let's give it a try. Oh my goodness. It never disappoints. I have to say, I've always thought that that Red Hen Bakery garlic ring was the best, but this is so good. This is a really close second. And I'm truly inspired by them because they were an amazing bakery. But wow. For any occasion, this is definitely one to share with friends and family. All right, I just ate way too much of this. It is so delicious. I really hope you try it. As always, if you are enjoying this content, please like, share, and subscribe. Turn on your notifications so that you don't miss any videos. And if you have any videos that you want me to create or questions, let me know in the comments below. I'd be happy to help you with any of that. As always, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. If you're looking for something with a little bit of richness and flavor, this cheddar and chive bread is savory, soft, and just really satisfying. Hi, I'm Kate. Welcome to Farm Bread. Are you looking for an easy, no-fuss sourdough recipe that uses your ankarsrum and works around your schedule? Well, look no further, because today I'm going to make this deliciously aromatic cheddar and chive, with chives fresh from the garden sourdough. It's perfect for summer and for sharing. It has just 4 simple ingredients: water, flour, starter, and salt. And then also your inclusions: the chives that are fresh from the garden and our delicious cheddar cheese. Can never go wrong with adding cheese. I keep the stretching and folding to a minimum for you. Using our ankarsrum makes this process really simple and efficient. It has a great flavor, a great texture, and your kitchen is going to smell absolutely amazing. As always, I'll walk you through each step of the process and I'll share tips that I have along the way. Stick around to the end to see me cut into this delicious loaf. I'll share the texture and show you all of the cheesy goodness on the inside and the beautiful flecks of chive from our garden. If you are enjoying this content, please like, subscribe, and share as always. And please feel free to post any comments below if you have any questions or feedback. I always appreciate hearing from you, and I'm grateful for you watching. All right, let's get started.
Okay, so we will start by having our ankarsrum bowl, or whatever bowl you're going to be using, on a scale. So I have a kitchen scale and I have it set to grams, and it's zeroed out. We're going to add 50 grams of an active bubbly starter. Next, we're going to add 365 grams of warm water. Remember to zero out your scale. Next, we're just going to stir these two together. I love my Danish dough whisk. I swear by it. If you don't have one, I would definitely recommend getting one because they are really inexpensive, but they work really nice to combine all of the ingredients without too much elbow grease. Next, we will add our flours. So we're going to add 500 grams of a bread flour. This is a high protein flour. I use organic. I buy my flours from Lindley Mills. I believe they're out of North Carolina. I've had a really good experience with the quality. So I'm going to zero out my scale again, and we're adding 500 grams. And last but not least, we're going to be adding about 9 to 10 grams of a pink Himalayan salt. I love this for its purity. Make sure you have zeroed out your scale. Mine is right at 500, so I'm just going to add to it. Go up to 510. Since I'm going to be using my ankarsrum, I'm just going to pull my machine over, and I'm going to take this off our scale and I'm going to move it over. All right, I have everything set up, so now I'm going to move our wand so I can put our dough roller into our machine. Also going to be using our dough knife. And I am just going to make sure that the machine is set to low, and I am going to run it to combine our ingredients. If you're just getting started with your ankarsrum, the wand here is your friend, so just move it out to help incorporate ingredients. Also move your dough knife to help circulate the ingredients around the bowl as well. You'll see how everything comes together really nicely, and how these two are working together. This is looking great. Just want to make sure all the ingredients are getting incorporated nicely. I might turn the speed up just a hair. Still between the first and second notch. And I just want to make sure all that flour is really blended in nicely. You don't need to overdo it. And then try to have the dough just kind of come together. See how that all comes together nicely in the center there. So now I'm just going to turn our machine off, and I will cover it with a damp towel, and I'm going to let it rest for about 30 minutes while I go do the fun stuff like chopping up our cheddar cubes, and also I'm going to go pick some fresh chives from the garden. I'll take you with me on that. Here are our beautiful chives. Oh goodness, Louie's trying to say hello. So we have all these beautiful chives that come up annually in our garden. So I'm gonna cut a few before I get attacked by all these mosquitoes. Holy cow. A little bit goes a really long way with these chives, but a little bit with the cube cheddar is a really nice touch, and it adds some great flavor to this bread. Right around 150 grams of cheddar cheese cubed. Now these cubes are a little bit too big, so I'm gonna chop them down. We don't want like huge chunks that are gonna weigh our dough down as it's trying to rise up. So I've got about 145. Okay, so then I'm just gonna kind of cut these into smaller pieces. I'm gonna cube our cubes. I can feel I got some mosquito bites. It's about 5:30 in the morning, and I didn't think there'd be bugs out this early, but there are. Once I do the cubing, then you can kind of go back and do smaller cuts to really make sure everything's chopped up nicely. Now that my chickens have seen me, our garden's right next to our coop. They're gonna think it is time to get up. But we've got neighbors, so we don't let them out until about 7:30. Otherwise, my rooster would be very loud. Okay, so I'm just gonna push this to the side, and then we can chop our lovely chives. Just gonna take the ends off first and put those in the compost, and then I will just do some small, tiny little pieces of your chives. So pretty. Okay, I think this is good. I'm just gonna do about that much. All right, it's been about 30 minutes, and we are gonna check out our dough. Looking good. So now what we're going to do is incorporate our ingredients. So I am going to add our cheese cubes and our chives. And I'm just going to turn our machine on and let it gently incorporate our new inclusions. Already see the gluten's at play, where it's coming together really nicely into more of a dough instead of a mush. And that's about it. We don't want to overdo it here. We just want to incorporate our inclusions. We will come back in about 45 minutes to an hour, and I'm going to do a gentle rotation again, kind of like a lift and a fold. So right now I'm just going to scrape off our dough knife, just so this doesn't get left behind. And let it sit again. I'll wash off those tools, and I will see you in about 45 minutes to an hour. We are back. It's been about an hour. I am going to take this off, and we're just going to do a quick little stretch, if you will. Just put my dough knife back in, and my ankarsrum is on low. Turn it on. Just a quick stretch. Like so. Okay, great. Now that's pretty much all we're gonna do, and I'm gonna let it sit for another hour, and I will be back. And cover it up.
It's been about an hour and I'm going to remove our towel. Check out our beautiful dough. How pretty is that? It's another reason I love incorporating inclusions of different colors. Like, it just makes your dough so beautiful. Okay, so now again, I have my machine on low and I'm just going to turn it on and we're just going to do a simple stretch. You really don't want to remove too much of the air. So that's it. That's all I'm going to do. Now I'm going to actually take out the dough knife and our dough roller. And I'm going to wash these, but now I'm just going to let our dough sit. Might actually pull it up, just stretch it into a little ball, if you will. Just a nice stretch. There we go. And now I'm just going to cover it with the actual lid to the machine. And we will let this sit all day. I'm heading into work, so I will see you in about 10 hours. And then we will actually proof our dough and get ready to bake it. And I cannot wait to show you the final product. All right, welcome back. I am home from work and we are taking a look at our beautiful cheddar chive sourdough loaf. So it has definitely risen about twice. I can see some beautiful air bubbles coming up in there. So I'm gonna push my dough to the side, sprinkle our counter with some flour, and then we're gonna turn our dough out onto our counter. Scrape out those last pieces. There we go. How does it look, Miles? Good? Okay. Now I'm just gonna get a little bit more flour in my hands. And I'm gonna gently shape this into kind of like I'll shape this gently into kind of like a circle or an oval. This is where the flour comes in handy if you feel like you have a very hydrated loaf. Don't worry, just make sure you have enough flour out. Gently shaping this. I'm not trying to get the air all out of it, but just kind of shaping it a little bit. And then what we're gonna do is let it sit for about 10 minutes. So I'll sprinkle the top lightly with some more flour, and I'll just lift up and fall down. Do that a couple times. There we go. Oh, cheese is popping out. Okay, so I'm just gonna let this sit for about 10 minutes and then I'll come back and I will actually do a full shape right before we put it in our proofing basket. Okay, we have let our dough rest for just a little bit. I was able to clean my ankarsrum bowl. I'm just gonna flour my hands. I'm also going to flour my proofing basket. I use oblong bakers, which they're clay bakers and they're an oblong shape, which I absolutely love. You will see those in just a second, but they are great for like slicing bread and just the perfect size slice. Instead of having like a big bowl or round loaf, which I always feel like it's just a lot of bread. So anyways, I prefer the oblong bakers and proofing baskets. So I have nicely floured my proofing basket. Just kind of tap it, make sure the flour goes around. You've got like a nice cloth. You can use a dish towel if you don't have a cloth that's made specifically for your basket. And now we are just going to go in. I do know that my dough has like a higher hydration, so depending on your climate, we have a pretty humid day, so that is definitely impacting our dough today. So depending on your climate,
it may be a little bit more or less hydrated. So go sparingly with the flour if you don't have as much hydration as I do. Anyways, we'll get started. So now I'm just going to do a gentle shape. And I typically just kind of lift and shape and fold in a clockwise formation until we have just like a nice oval shape, and then we'll flip it into our proofing basket. And you can see the dough kind of comes together. It's like a nice satiny sheen to it when you do this a little bit. So it's kind of what we're looking for. Okay, and you just tuck underneath as you go. Losing a little cheddar here and there. It's okay. All right. Okay. Just gonna sprinkle this pretty generously with flour before I put it into my proofing basket. So we're just gonna tighten the sides, the ends before we put it in. And then you're gonna plop it in seam side up. Like so. It's okay if you have a lot of flour here, because this is going to go down into the bottom of your clay baker, and it's just going to help protect the bottom as well if there was any moisture. So now I'm just going to cover this up, preheat my oven to 450 degrees Fahrenheit, that is, and I'm going to let this sit for about 30 minutes or so. I am going to let it get a little bit puffier, but I'm not gonna have it double in size or anything like that at this point. So yeah, in about 30 minutes we'll be back and we'll be ready to bake. I'll see you then. Welcome back. Our oven is preheated to 450 degrees and we are ready to bake. So let's take a look at our beautiful loaf. Oh yes, definitely puffed up a little bit. Expanded a little bit too, which is totally fine. I'm gonna move this to the side. I am gonna put a little bit more flour on top just because I see some more liquidy areas and I wanna make sure that we don't get any stickage to the bottom of our pan. So now I'm gonna remove our pans from the oven, and if you are using clay, you wanna make sure you're preheating with your pan in the oven. All right. So take this out, pull it off. Pour this into our, it's a little sticky. That's okay. I'm not going to be able to get much scored here because we definitely were, I think because of the humidity in the house, it is just really, yeah, it is really hot in here. I feel like with the oven on too, we have like 90 degrees and I just turned the AC on. So we'll see how this turns out. Definitely hydrated. All right, score it as best I can. And I'm gonna get the lid on as quickly as possible. All right, going in for 20 minutes, covered. I'll be back in 20 minutes to take the lid off. I'm gonna set a timer. All right, our timer went off, so it's been 20 minutes. I'm going to take the lid off. We'll see how this turned out. Oh my goodness, that looks incredible. Wow. All right, it's gonna bake for 30 more minutes uncovered, and I'll show you the finished product as soon as it's ready. All right, our timer just went off, so we are gonna take our bread out of the oven. Oh wow, it is really looking beautiful.
almost looks caramelized. I feel like the cheddar, the cheese, has given it this beautiful caramelization. Can you see it? Oh, I'm so excited to dig in. I can't wait to show you the inside. We've got to let it cool first. So we will, I'm going to take this out of the pan and put it directly onto our cooling rack. And then once it's cooled, I'll dig in and show you. All right, the moment we've all been waiting for. What I really love about this loaf is when you look at it, you can kind of see these beautiful caramelization that happened with the cheese. So you can see the beautiful pockets of cheese kind of throughout the loaf, and it really gives the loaf a beautiful color. So unfortunately, we weren't able to dig in last night because we ended up finding out that our AC was not working, and we ended up having to scramble to try to troubleshoot the problem. So my husband's staying home from work today to try to fix it too. But I would recommend digging in when it's cooled down just a bit and the cheese is still melty and ooey and gooey. Of course, this still lasts for a couple days, so you can enjoy it anytime. And I will cut this baby right in the middle. Oh my gosh, yes. Look at this beautiful loaf. Ah, and look at that. We have this little chive that just popped right out here. So you can see this beautiful crumb with our delicious pockets of cheese, just so we can see a slice. Look at this beautiful texture. We've got little flecks of green. We've got our delicious cheddar. It's kind of dripped in amongst these different areas, different air holes, air bubbles. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to try this. So another fun inclusion would be jalapeno. Maybe I'll make another video that has the jalapeno and the cheddar in with it. But for now, we're sticking with the cheddar and the chive, and I need to try this. So, oh my gosh, it's so soft, and I think the cheddar almost adds another element of moistness and softness to this. This is so good. I used a regular all-purpose starter for this. You could use a whole wheat starter, which would definitely give it a little bit more tangy of a flavor, which might work really nicely with the cheese and the chive. My kids tend to like the all-purpose a little bit better, so that's what I've been doing lately. But a whole wheat starter definitely would add another element. Well, thank you so much for watching. I hope you really enjoyed this. As always, please like, subscribe, and share with all of your friends and family that you know would absolutely benefit from these easy tips, step-by-step directions on how to make a sourdough that's going to work within your schedule, and using our amazing ankarsrum definitely makes life a little bit easier. And the texture of the dough, everything just turned out really nicely. I should say the texture of the bread. But yeah, these pockets of golden ooey goodness with the cheddar, it's just delicious. And I love that you can incorporate something from that you've grown in your garden. I think that's really special, being able to like walk outside and pick some fresh herbs and incorporate them in this beautiful, delicious treat for everybody. It's just so rewarding. And I know everybody, it's really a meaningful thing when you can share something that you've worked hard to create, like bread, or something that you've worked hard to grow in your garden with your friends and family and those you love. So I really hope you try this. If you do, let me know in the comments below. I'd love to hear your thoughts. I'd also love to hear what you like to include in your bread. I love growing thyme. It's one of those things that I always have on hand. I love dill, chives, any of that. So more to come. I definitely want to do like a white cheddar and dill. That's coming soon. And also including a jalapeno in this, I think would be really good. So yeah, lots of fun things to come, and exploring our garden and our garden treats, what our garden shares with us. So if you have any questions, again, comment below. And if you need any help along the way, definitely let me know. I'm always happy to help you I know getting started with the ankarsrum can always be a challenge. So I definitely have a few tutorials on how to get started quickly and effectively, sharing the do's and don'ts that I've learned along the way, because I know there's definitely a learning curve. So it's a fantastic machine, and you will love it once you get into the swing of things with it. So anyways, as always, I look forward to seeing you in the next video. For something a little bit more rustic, this pumpkin seed sourdough loaf, it adds texture and flavor and a bit of a rustic flair to your table. Hi, welcome to Farm Bread. I'm Kate. So today I'm going to show you how to make this delicious pumpkin seed sourdough that's really simple but really robust in flavor, and everyone that you share it with is absolutely going to love it. So this bread's inspired by my recent trip to Denmark. My cousin and his wife had picked up this incredible loaf of bread, and I really felt like, oh my God, like once I tried it, I just had to try and make it at home. So it's definitely a Danish inspired loaf of bread. Excuse my rooster. Louis is saying hello. So we sliced the bread. We had it with cheese on toast in the mornings for breakfast. And then we even sliced it for sandwiches or the smulbrød. I'm sure I said that really horribly, but those are the open face sandwiches for lunch. But really, it just has such an amazing flavor. And the bread that they made was just really light and fluffy with these beautiful little pumpkin seeds spread throughout the crumb, and this like dusting of flour and poppy seed on top. It was just a really beautiful loaf, but so delicious and flavorful. What was really surprising to me was that I typically would think that my kids might kind of stay away from something with pumpkin seeds and poppy seeds and all the seeds, but I have to tell you, once I made it at home, I took it out of the oven and the whole house smelled delicious, as it usually does when you bake homemade bread. But once I sliced it, we literally devoured 3/4 of a loaf. And I kid you not, it was so delicious with just a little bit of butter spread on top, straight out of the oven. No, we did not wait for it to fully cool. It's really hard to do that. I'm sure you understand. But yeah, we devoured the loaf. So this is definitely a kid-friendly loaf. I would say straight out of the oven always wins over a day old, but it's kid-friendly and it's really versatile. It's just an all-around great loaf of bread. So I hope you really enjoy it. As always, I am working this around my schedule. I'm keeping it simple. You know me, I need to keep things as simple as possible. We are busy and we have got a lot of soccer games going on today. So I'm going to be working the process around my schedule, and you can definitely do the same. I'm going to do as many folds as I can fit in, which typically is around 2 to 3. It's hard for me to be able to get more in, but if you have the time and you want to do it, it can only help your crumb and the rise and the oven spring. I will be using my trusty friend, the ankarsrum, today to speed up the process and also keep my hands nice and clean. I am also making a batch of 3 loaves today, so that ankarsrum would definitely help in that process with any stretching and folding. And then also I'm going to be able to freeze a couple of these loaves for later, and then also to share with my dad. I'm going to be visiting my dad in a couple weeks, so I'm excited to share this with him and see what he thinks. I think one of the really cool things about sourdough is experimentation and playing around with different flavors and seeds. In this recipe, I'm going to be using pumpkin seeds inside as well as poppy seeds on the outside. But I'm curious, what seeds do you like to use? Do you have a favorite, or is there a seed that you haven't used before that you want to use but you're not sure how? I'm really curious. So let me know in the comments below. I'd love to have a seed conversation. I think that would be really neat to hear what you think. So definitely comment below. Also, if you're enjoying this content, please do like and subscribe and share this video with others. All right, let's get started. Okay. I have zeroed out my scale to grams, and we're going to start with our starter. So because we are doing a triple batch, I am going to add 240 grams of active bubbly starter. Make sure that you feed your starter ahead of time so that it's nice and active and bubbly when you are ready to go. Okay, I'm going to zero out my scale again, and we are going to add 1,095 grams of warm, just tap water. And now I'm just going to stir these together. Okay, well, I just realized that when I added my butter, it did not catch on video. So I added 60 grams of melted butter, and now I've zeroed out my scale, and I'm going to add about 60 grams of, this is a raw organic sugar. And I'm just going to give these a good stir before I add my flours and salt. Okay, zeroing out my scale, and then I'm going to add 1,500 grams of a organic bread flour. Okay, and then our last ingredient is a pink Himalayan salt. So zeroing out my scale, and I'm going to be adding 33 grams of this pink Himalayan salt. So now that we have all our ingredients in our bowl, I am going to move this over to our ankarsrum and start to blend everything together using the mixer. I'm going to attach my dough knife and then squeeze my roller down in here. Bring the arm over, set it up. Now I'm going to turn this on low, and I'm going to pull my arm out just so we don't have too much dough coming up over top of the roller. In fact, I'll just position my arm and place there. Turn the speed up a little bit. Get the flour off the top of the roller as it comes together. We just want the dough to come together nicely. Make sure there's no dry spots. Everything is mixed well. So now I'm just going to turn the mixer off. I'm going to cover it with a wet towel or a moist towel, and we're going to let it sit for about 30 minutes. As our dough is getting ready to rest for 30 minutes, I am going to put about 225 grams of raw organic pumpkin seeds into a bowl, and then I'm going to let them soak for that half hour as well. So 225 grams of pumpkin seeds. I'm just going to cover them with water. Welcome back. It's been about 30 minutes. Our dough has rested, and now I'm going to add our pumpkin seeds and start to combine those, and then do just kind of a nice reshaping of the dough, if you will. Kind of like a fold or a stretch. So I did drain my pumpkin seeds, so I'm going to pour those in now. Okay, and then I'm just going to turn my mixer on, low to start. So you can see I still have my arm positioned in towards the center right now. Turn the speed up a little bit. Just want to make sure that we combine all of the pumpkin seeds. There we go. Getting incorporated. Increase the speed, maybe to the medium. I'm looking at the pumpkin seeds. They seem to be collecting in certain areas, so I'm just gonna increase the speed a little bit more, and maybe to medium for about maybe 30 seconds to a minute. I think that's good. Turn this off, and then I'm just going to let this sit for about an hour, and then I will come back and do another spin with our mixer just to help strengthen the dough. Since it's towards the evening, I have time to do this, and so I'm going to run out, drop my son off at soccer, and then I'll come back and see you in about an hour.
Yep, see you in an hour.
It's been about an hour, and now we are just going to come back in and do kind of a little spin with our ankarsrum to kind of simulate what we would do with stretching and folding. So I'm just going to turn this on low to start. I'll turn the speed up a little bit. I think that should be good. I'll let this rest for another 30 minutes to an hour and come back and we'll do this again. Okay, we are back. This is starting to look really nice and bubbly. So I'm just, again, gonna turn the mixer on and do a gentle stretching. Dough in here. I really want to make sure that I do this long enough. Okay, great. I'm liking how this is looking. So because I'm home and I have the time, I think I will come back one more time in about 45 minutes. We'll do this again, and then we're gonna just let it sit for the remainder of the bulk rise. Okay, we are back. I'm gonna do one last stretch with our mixer, and then I'm gonna let it enter the, oh, now my cat is saying hello. Hi, Nellie. And then we're going to enter the bulk rise overnight. So one last quick stretch here, and then we're going to let it sit overnight. I'm going to start it off on low. It's definitely coming together really nicely, more as a dough. Turn it up. Okay, now I am going to take the roller and the dough knife out, and then we will let this rise. Looking at this, and I just don't think this has enough flour, so I'm just going to add in a little bit of flour. Okay, so I don't know if it's because it's a rainy day or what, or maybe my scale is off, but I'm just, as I was taking the roller out, I'm looking at this texture, and it's just, there's too much hydration. So I'm actually going to add some flour, and I'm just going to mix it. Got like a we are just going to wing it. It's one of those things. You win some, you lose some. So I added probably a cup of flour. I know I'm going from grams to this American measurement. All right, so I'm adding in more flour. I'm just going to work with it the way it is and see if this helps a little bit. I think this texture is more in line with what we need. And we will just hope that this works out. You know, I feel like every time I have a rainy day, it always messes with my measurements. And so I think we've had a lot of storms lately, and I think it's just completely changing the measurements today on us. All right, we'll grab this out. We're going to let it rest this overnight, and we'll see how it looks in the morning. Okay, good morning. It is the next morning, and it is pretty early, but I'm trying to get this done before I go to work, before I get the kids to school and all of that. So let's take a look. All right, my dough has risen. So now we are going to lay this out onto a floured surface. I'm going to separate this into 3 loaves, and then we're going to proof in the refrigerator all day. Now you can see the dough's risen. I can definitely see some nice bubbles forming. So I feel like this is ready. I had some challenges last night with the dough. Just being a little too hydrated, and I've noticed that is a consistent issue that I've had when it rains here, and it was storming yesterday, and so I should have taken that more into consideration. Okay, I can tell I'm gonna need a lot of flour. Sprinkle some flour, and we're going to try to separate this into about 3 different loaves. This is definitely more wet than I like. So just sprinkle the top of each one with some flour, and then I will do a quick shaping before I put it in the proofing basket. For the shaping, use your bench scraper. At this point, you just want like to lightly fold it together. Make a present, pulling each side up and over. Sprinkle more flour. In hindsight, I just should have added more flour from the start. try to bring this back in our cold ferment. See what we can do to save it. Okay, now I'm going to let these sit. And I'm going to flour our proofing baskets really well, given how hydrated these loaves are. Okay, we're back. We're going to do one quick last fold and shape before I put it in our proofing basket. Sprinkle with a good amount of flour before we put this into our proofing basket. So here we're going to add the poppy seeds. Taking some shape now. Shape up. Right before we put it in the proofing basket as well. All right. My goal right now is just to make the shape of the loaf. Then we're going to spray the top with some water. gently sprinkle poppy seeds on the top. I have a bulk bag of organic poppy seeds that I purchased off Amazon. Okay. There we go. Make sure, again, our baskets are nice and floured. Our hands are floured. And then we're going to go in, tighten up the shape a little bit more. And I am going to make 3 oval loaves. So, like so. There we go. We'll sprinkle some flour again over top. You flip the loaf upside down as you're putting it in. So the poppy seeds are going to go down into the loaf, the proofing basket. Tighten the shape. I'm also going to sprinkle some more flour. There you go. That loaf looks a little bit bigger than the other one. That's okay. And our last loaf. You need, make sure you have flour on your bench scraper while you do this, so it doesn't stick. Okay, and sprinkle a little bit of flour on the edges. Like that. And into your, so here we go. We've got 3 loaves. Definitely have like a little baby over here and the 2 larger ones. I didn't weigh them out. I was just trying to get the dough in. So I eyeballed it, which is fine. This one might cook a little bit faster, but in general, we'll be okay. All right, I'm gonna put some plastic around these, and then I'm going to put these into our refrigerator for a cold ferment today. And then when I get back this evening, we are going to bake. Okay, so I am back from work, and I have decided to preheat my oven to 450 degrees. I just took our loaves, which have definitely increased in size as well during the bulk or the cold ferment, and they're looking pretty good. So I am now letting these, they won't fully come to room temperature, but they'll just set out for a little bit while the oven preheats, and then we are going to bake them at 450 degrees. I'll show you, I have my clay bakers inside as the oven is preheating. You always want to do that when you're using clay bakers. All right, our oven has preheated, so we are going to start putting our loaves in to bake. Taking each one out one at a time, and I will pour our dough in. And then we also want to score our loaves. So that like a nice crisscross kind of look would be really pretty. Okay, and we're going to cover it back up. We've got 2 more to do. My daughter's eating some yogurt right here, and my dog is walking around. My husband's in the room, so we got lots going on. So hopefully you can hear me okay. There we go, number 2. can really see the poppy seeds so nicely. And a little pumpkin seed popping through. So that's number 2. Gunther, watch out. One more. Our little loaf. Ah! Boy, Gunther is thirsty. Just my lemay is falling apart on me, on my lom. Okay. Maybe we don't give him water next time I'm filming. All right, last one in the oven. And I'm going to bake these for 25 minutes covered. And then at the 25-minute mark, I will take the lids off and let them cook for another roughly 25 minutes uncovered. All right, we'll see you then. Okay, our timer has gone off. It's been 25 minutes. So I'm going to take the lids off of our breads. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yay, they're looking good. Okay. And we're going to cook for roughly 25 to 30 more minutes, depending on how they're looking. Okay, so I'm going to take the little one out. The timer went off. I actually, a couple minutes ago, I just tinted the others because they were getting a little bit dark. So I'm tinting those with tin foil as they cook maybe 2 to 3 more minutes. But this is our beautiful first loaf, the small loaf. And then the others are going to cook for like 2 to 3 minutes more. Okay, now I'm going to take the second one out and leave the biggest one in for just a couple more minutes. These are looking really great. Ended up working out pretty well, despite our challenge with the hydration. I think we were able to come up with a good solution, and we're getting a nice oven rise. So I'm really excited about these. Okay, and we're gonna take our last one out. Tin foil. This is our largest loaf. Wow, it looks really great. I'll take that out for a sec. I'm gonna. All right, there you have it. 3 beautiful pumpkin seed loaves with poppy seeds on top. And we will cut them open for you, show you the crown once they've had a chance to cool. I'm so excited because after having a couple of challenges last night with the hydration of the dough, I wasn't sure, but it did rise nicely. And I think having the bulk fermentation overnight and then a nice cold ferment during the day really helped it as well. And I bet the flavor is going to be outstanding. But I'm super excited. Blake is super excited. I was thinking maybe we would wait till tomorrow morning to cut it open, but Blake really wants to try it right now, right? She's my cinematographer or my filmmaker right now. So she's gonna film while I cut this open. So here we go. I'm gonna slice it down the middle so you can kind of get a look for the crumb. Yeah, all right. So that's what our crumb is like. You can see the beautiful pumpkin seeds. Nice and airy. Pumpkin seeds are spread throughout, and then I'll do a little slice. This is really a beautiful loaf to share with friends and family. All right, it's a nice slice, and I'm really enjoying the butter, a little butter and a little sugar lately. I think it really gives it a really nice flavor. Some butter on top. How's that, Blake? Got more or?
Oh, yeah, more.
More butter. Butter makes it better. How's that?
Yeah, it's good.
All right.
You can cut it in half.
Cut it in half. You get half, I get half. All right, here we go. The flavor of the sesame or the pumpkin seed is so nice. All right, you can see we've got this beautiful crumb with really delicious pumpkin seeds. Beautiful outer layer, outer crust with some fun little poppy seeds, and just a really nice crumb that's soft. So there you have it, my Danish-inspired pumpkin seed sourdough. It is a crowd pleaser. It's absolutely delicious, and it's really beautiful looking. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I did have a little bit of a whoops there in the middle when I was trying to make a batch of 3 on a really rainy day. So it just goes to show that the more you make at a time, the more complexity you add, the more room for error. But I want to say, you know, just if anything like that happens to you when you're baking, don't give up. Like, think about what are the ways that you could fix the situation. And so I suspected right away that it was a little bit too wet. I thought maybe with my kneading and folding or my stretching and folds, I would kind of help or remedy that situation, but it just wasn't working. And so I needed to add a little bit more flour. And I did all of that before the bulk rise and the cold ferment. And so it really didn't matter. It helped remedy the situation. And you know what? We ended up getting some great loaves out of it. We can call that my magical whoops moment. You know what? I'm not perfect. Nobody is. And so we still have issues that arise here and there, but hopefully we can all learn from that and continue to make great bread. Don't be discouraged. Know that most of the time we can probably fix it, especially when you're doing a batch of 3. Like, I was really kicking myself thinking, oh my gosh, what if I just wasted all this flour and whatnot? So yeah, definitely use your instinct, trust your gut, and see how you can fix the situation without giving up. All right. As always, thank you so much for watching. I hope you try this. The recipe will be in the comments and in the description below. I would love to hear how it goes and what you think. And as always, like, subscribe, share if you're enjoying this content. I so appreciate your feedback and your comments. And if you did have any suggestions at that point that I was at when I noticed that it was just way too hydrated, I think possibly my scale might have been malfunctioning and I just didn't measure correctly, or I know when it's raining and there's a lot of moisture in the air, that really can affect your dough. So anyways, if anybody has any feedback on that, I would love to hear it. I think we can always learn and grow. So I appreciate you. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. And finally, I want to share one of the most simple and timeless options. It's simple, reliable, and something you can slice and serve alongside your meal. Hi, welcome to Farm Bread. I'm Kate. So today I'm really excited to share a new recipe and tutorial on how to make a super soft and light sourdough that even your kids will love. So keep in mind, I try to make everything as simple as possible. So I keep the number of folds to a minimum, and I also work the bread making process around my own schedule. You can definitely do this too. This way we can make delicious, healthy breads right at home. You don't have to stress about making time for it or for laboring in the kitchen. It's a win-win for everyone. Let's get to it.
To begin, we'll start by adding the ingredients. I'm going to make a triple batch, which means I'm going to make 3 loaves. And because of that, I am going to do this using my mixer to help me incorporate the ingredients. More ingredients, more dough, it's easier to use the mixer. So I'm going to be using my ankarsrum. I'm going to put my ingredients in my bowl to begin with and then use the mixer to help me blend everything together. First things first, I'm going to add my starter, which is active and bubbly. Because I'm tripling this batch, I would normally do 80 grams of starter for a single loaf. So I will be doing 240 grams of starter. That's active and bubbly. So you're going to make sure that you time it accordingly, that you feed your starter at least a couple days before. You start feeding it a couple days before so that you have it ready to go when you are ready to make these loaves. And the beauty behind sourdough as well is you can always freeze it really nicely. Sourdough freezes really well, so I tend to like to make a large batch and then I can freeze it and either share it with some friends or family or, you know, just pull it out whenever we need it. Okay, I'm going to zero out my scale and we're going to be using 365 grams of warm water, or for this batch 1095 grams of warm water, or you could use milliliters. Now I'm just going to stir this together with my Danish dough whisk before I add in the rest of the ingredients. Okay, so now we're going to add 60 grams of what I like to use is like a raw organic sugar. And the same 60 grams of softened butter. I think the butter is what makes this better. Butter usually makes everything better. Give it a little stir. And now I'm going to add our organic bread flours. So we'll add 1,500 grams of bread flour. Make sure you zero out your scale. We are going to add about 30 grams of pink Himalayan salt. Okay, I am going to move this over onto my mixer and we will start mixing. So I'm gonna attach my dough knife, then I will add my dough roller. I'm gonna put my mixer on low to begin. And you can see because of all the flour we have, it easily comes up around the top of the roller. Just pull your, if you are using the ankarsrum, just pull your ankarsrum in towards the center so that it doesn't get stuck. Climbing up.
And I can actually set it in place like this. But I love this mixer so much. It's so easy to work with and manipulate so that you can get the desired effect. Increase the speed just a little bit. I want to make sure we get all of our ingredients blended nicely and combined. It is coming together really nicely. I'm not seeing any major dry spots or wet spots for that matter. Nice big glob of dough. Uncle shared a recipe with me that included these ingredients, but the process was much more intricate with a lot of folds, and it required just a lot of time. And so I was a little bit hesitant to try it at first, but once I gave this a shot with my own folding and kneading techniques, it really came out beautifully. So I'm super excited to share it with you. Sure everything's been incorporated. Gonna give it one quick swirl on high just to confirm. Turn it off, and now I'm just going to let this sit for about 45 minutes. Then I'll come back and do our first fold with it. All right, I will see you then. Okay, we're back. As you can see, I took our bowl off of our mixer. I took it so that I could put the lid on. I took the dough knife and the dough roller out. So for those that do not have an ankarsrum mixer, I'm going to do the rest of this by hand. You can certainly use your ankarsrum mixer for this, but for those that just don't have one, like I said, I'm just going to do the rest of this by hand. And I kind of lost track of time and realized I am cutting it a little close because I need to get my daughter to school and I have to go to work. So I am actually doing this so the dough rested for 30 minutes and now I'm coming in and I'm just going to tighten the shape just a little bit before it's bulk rise. So to do that, I just go in and just kind of pull it up. Now, because there's so much dough, it's a little bit messy, as you can see. It's also a good hydration, so it's a little bit harder to work with because of the batch of 3, but it is doable. Just takes a little bit more elbow grease than if it was 1 loaf, but you can already see as I stretch it up how it's coming together more like a dough. And what you really want to do is kind of shake it, lift and shake so that you can kind of get down to the bottom. Make sure we're getting that whole, the whole dough instead of just the top layer. There we go. And then it will be really fun to see when I come back after work today. I'm going to do another set of folds with this, and you'll see how the dough has really come together nicely. So I just keep doing this. I feel like when I have a larger batch, it takes a little bit longer, but it's just kind of scooping and folding. Nothing too laborious. All right. So this is looking good. Dough is feeling good. Hopefully you can get a good idea of this texture at this point. And I'm just gonna let this sit all day for a bulk rise. My house is roughly 68 degrees Fahrenheit. And I'm just gonna leave it on the counter. All right, I'm gonna cover this up. And I will see you in about 8 to 10 hours. All right, welcome back. It has been about 8.5 hours since I left. This is what our beautiful dough looks like. Okay, this is definitely tripled in size. You can definitely see some beautiful air bubbles and growth in here. So I am now going to fold the dough. This should take about 30 seconds to a minute. Because I have 3 loaves or a batch of 3 in here, it's definitely going to take a little bit longer. And I just want to make sure that we get this into a nice kind of smooth ball before I let it sit for another hour or so. And this is really the only set of like folds aside from that original before I left for work this morning that we're going to do. So I'm trying to make this process as simple and uncomplicated as it can be, while still creating a really delicious loaf of bread. All right, here we go. Oh, nice and stretchy. Yep. So we just kind of go in like a clockwise, or actually counterclockwise direction, just by stretching the dough up and then letting it kind of fold back down on itself. There's a lot of dough here, so you will definitely find that if you have one loaf, it will be much easier. You can just feel the strength of the dough. The longer you do it, you can really feel it come together. And ideally what we will do is kind of be able to shape this into a ball. Now I'm going in the clockwise direction, and you can see as I'm lifting it up how it's starting to actually look like a dough and a nice ball. So you just want to keep going in at it like this until it forms like that nice kind of smooth ball like surface. I know this is a little bit more laborious, so if you do have a mixer, you can certainly use your mixer to help. If you're only doing one loaf and not a batch of 3, that will be a lot easier for you. All right, so I think we are looking good. Just gonna tuck this under. This is good on the muscles. And call it good. Yep. All right. That was a workout. Not gonna lie. I'm just going to let this sit for another hour and a half or so, and then I will come back and we'll actually proof the dough at that point. See you in a little bit. All right, we are back. It has actually been about an hour and a half, so I am now going to, oh, it's risen again beautifully. So now what we are going to do is empty our dough out onto our work surface, a lightly floured work surface. So first I'm going to sprinkle some flour. Now I will turn this out. And I'm going to use a scale just to measure these to make sure that we're somewhat in the vicinity of equal portions. Okay. Now that I pull this out of my container, I'm going to let this sit actually for about 5-10 minutes while I go and wash my bowl, because I don't want to get crusty dough all over my bowl. It will make it a lot harder to clean. And two, it's nice to let this relax for a little bit before we actually do the shaping. So that's what I'm going to do, and I'll be right back in about 5 to 10 minutes. Now that our dough has sat for a little bit and I got to wash my pan, I'm just going to kind of cut this into thirds. So just kind of eyeball it for now. And then I'll use my kitchen scale to double check. Zero. 971. Oh, 961. And that's fallen off. A 1,000. You know what? I'm okay with that. It's good enough. Close enough. All right. So now I'm going to gently shape these into loaves. Now I use oblong batons and oblong clay bakers. So I shape my dough into an oblong shape. I'm just tightening up the shape. Making sure that big air bubbles are out. Not really kneading it, but just giving it a nice firm shape. And then we'll tighten it up again before we put it in our proofing basket. Okay. Number 2. Just kind of lifting up. I'm going now in like a clockwise direction, folding it over itself. This is a little sticky, so that's why we have our flour. You don't want to add too much flour, but just enough that it's helping you to shape. And just keep tucking it in and rolling it. Last one. dough feels really nice. You can see all three. All right, so now you definitely want to make sure you have plenty of flour in your proofing baskets. As you can see, these are oval, or I should say oblong. There we go, nice and floured. So these are ready. So again, I'm just gonna tighten the shape. Lift it up and put it down into our proofing basket. Tighten the shape by pulling it towards you, towards itself. Lift up, and then you put it into your proofing basket, seam side up. Last one. Tighten the shape, pull it towards you, towards itself. Lift it into your hand. Place it seam side up. And then what you can do is take some of this leftover flour and I just sprinkle it on top because we really don't want to get any flour in our clay baker either. You definitely don't want it to stick. So these have a lot of nice flour on top. We're not wasting any of it. I'm going to cover these with a tea towel and I will let them sit for about an hour or until my oven has preheated. So my oven is set to 450 degrees. It's preheating right now. I turned it on to preheat as soon as I took the dough out of the pan and put it onto the counter. All right, friends, it is ready. Our oven is preheated to 450 degrees Fahrenheit. Our dough has been sitting out for about 45 minutes, and I am going to start to do the bake. So, my clay bakers or cloches have been in the oven during the entire preheat. That's very important when you're using clay. Let's dump it out. I will score the top. Lid back on. Ooh, I love this one. I love how that steam comes out every time I open it up. I got all of my cloches from breadtopia.com. I believe 2 of them I got off actually at breadtopia.com, and then this one, my dog is drinking. This cloche I got off their Amazon. They have an Amazon store as well, so you can get these bread pans or clay bakers off Breadtopia, the Breadtopia Amazon store. This one was a little more expensive. And this is the regular terracotta one. I love all three. I do have Amazon affiliate links to all of the items that I use for my bread making, all the tools in my description down below. So definitely take a look at that. And that just means that I would get a small commission if you decide to purchase anything. Doesn't affect the price that you pay, but it just means I would get a small commission off any purchases. Okay, time to set my timer for 20 minutes. So the cloches are going to bake for 450 degrees, or at 450 degrees for 20 minutes in the oven. Then I'm going to remove the lids and then have them bake for about 30 minutes more at that point. Okay, our timer went off. Time to take the lids off and see what they look like. This is the first one. Oh, they're looking beautiful. This is such a fun part. It's like a surprise. Okay, I will show you how they're looking in just a sec. Let's show them. So here are beautiful 3 loaves. Looking great. Can't wait to see. Ooh, careful. My daughter's helping me film. Yeah, they're looking great. All right, let's close the oven. Okay, our loaves are ready. We're gonna take these out. They're looking amazing, really nice. So I'm just gonna set them on top of the stove for now, and then transfer them to a wire cooling rack. We're gonna have to wait about an hour before we can dig in, which is gonna be really hard, I have to say, because they smell so good. Our first one. Two. And our last one. All right, here they are. I'm gonna let them cool for about an hour before we dig in. All right, before we dive in and I share the crumb with you, I just wanted to say thank you so much for watching. If you are enjoying this content, please like and subscribe and share. If you have any questions about anything that I have not covered, or if there's anything that you'd like me to cover, definitely post in the comments below. I'm also going to post in my description below a printable recipe for you. All right, let's check out these loaves. What do you think, Blake? You excited?
I'm so excited.
Okay, ready? Mm-hmm. All right, Blake is now the camera woman. I'm going to cut it in half just to check out the crumb, and then we'll cut a slice for you, and another one for me. Oh, and one for Miles too. I can already tell it feels really soft. I think the butter helps with that. Oh yes, look at that beautiful crumb. It's really light and airy. You can see how soft this is. A little bit different. Even the crust, it's just lighter. I think the butter really helps make this a lot lighter than the regular without the butter. And the sugar gives it a little bit of a sweetness. Okay. A hint of sweetness. The whole kitchen smells so good. Cannot wait to dig in. All right. So we'll put some butter on it. I like a lot of butter. What about you? You want butter? Okay. How's that?
Good.
Just cut this. Cannot. Yummy. All right. Yummy. What do you think, Blake?
Good.
All right, here. Mmm. Oh my gosh. It's so good right out of the oven. Check it out, Miles. What do you think?
Good. Can I have some butter?
Yeah. Miles just got home from soccer practice. All right, Blake's inhaling hers. Yeah,
Very
Blake,
fluffy.
It's not super thick crust though, I have to say. Pretty good, right? A little bit
Very
different.
soft.
Yeah, a little bit softer than the regular. Kid approved. Oh, Blake gives it a thumbs up. I hope this sheds some great inspiration for you for your Easter table. And if you're also planning your Easter brunch, I've put together a companion video with a few sweet and morning breads as well. Thanks so much for joining me. Happy baking and happy Easter.